Hello Gravity. Once I'm done with 2000 games I have to play. Hello Kittenbell. Test? Seems like my mic doesn't like... Oh, I messed up. Okay. No, okay. How's it going, everyone? How's it going? Hello, hello. No. Couch, thank you. I'm the fucking universe. Hello, hello. Thank you, thank you. 27 months. Thank you very much. I gotta finish this stuff, man. Hello, Senzo. You play mixtape, bah? You're level 40? Hell yeah, enjoy, enjoy. How has it been so far? Yeah, it kinda feels like it. Your Mad Booty console? No, it's on Game Pass. I know it's a short game, I just have other plans. Yopikana. Purely vegetables, okay. The VOD's gonna be muted. Oh yeah, because there's DMCA songs. Do you want to do speedruns inside a plane? Notre justement Oussa want the most experienced farm hands in all of Alexandria. Well versed in mere farming techniques, indeed the wealth of knowledge she has shared with other farmers is what allows this place to flourish. Queen's Finn, to what do I owe this sudden shower of praise? Guests from beyond the barrier. We wish to learn more of Alexandria, so I wanted them to see how our crops are grown. I do hope that's alright. What manner of host would be to deny them a look around, and I gave her your majesty also intend to check on things here. You know me too well, Mausa. I thought to see this opportunity to see how the farmers fare, and perhaps pepper them a few questions, though I do also enjoy observing and taking part in the work too. It would appear we have our permission, so please walk the grounds to your heart's content. You're going ahead, that keeps Finn company. I really want to replay MGS 1 and 2. Maybe one day. I cannot even finish this game. Like if I had money right now, I would buy Pragmata instead. So manage the lamps we use in the field. Crazy that 30 years have passed just in this place, like, immediately. Pragmata is sold out everywhere. Hell yeah. Nice. That's a cool result. You know? At least you get the fate of Kunitsugami, you were like undersold. Commercial failure. Nah, juste pris tes free copies. Almost done with Peace Walker. Oh yeah, that's like it's like the post game, right? Or end game, I guess. You have to find some dude. Okay, nice. I'm so glad I learned about the farming practices of this place. They did the same thing with the Timefall in Death Stranding, you know, the Timefall farm. They took this from Death Stranding, bro. Yeah, I saw you play Star Fox 1 and 2, right? How was it? It's super cool. Nice. How about Star Fox 2? 2? Man, I probably could play every Star Fox game in one day, but it was a mess that everyone loves their work. True, the people of outskirts seem the most fulfilled, but always they take their duties with good cheer. Isn't Assault like a third-person shooter? What did you call me? Was that inappropriate? My apologies, I heard the others call you that by that name and I thought... No, it's fine, as you said before, no need for titles and formalities. As for my thoughts, I was very impressed that machines could be used to overcome so harsh an environment is amazing. I never seen anything like it. On foot TPS stages, okay. The feeling is understandable. Indeed, many still find the machinery behind me baffling. That's the AI pod in MGS. It's a system that controls the distribution of water for fields and livestock. It's been acting up lately though. Acting up, you say? You needn't worry, my queen, it happens fairly often, but simply it's seeking water that has a strong lightning charge. We think some creatures have become charged up with energy and they're releasing into the rivers we use as a source. The system would return to normal if the creatures were dealt with, but I'm reluctant to beg it of the army. So we're gonna do this. We could take care of it if you'd like. This is most gracious of you to offer, but it is much too dangerous. Oh, it's no trouble for the vow of resolve of Tuliolol. Regardless of how the relationship between our nations may develop, if there are people in need, I want to help, simple as that. And Denham is even stronger than I am and shouldn't take us long at all. Dude, I'm like level 97. Then very well, I gratefully accept. Please take all care. I have to say something devastating I forgot to mention earlier. What is it? What could be devastating? You had a burger in the UK? The fuck? One of the best burgers I've ever had. Oh my god, total American defeat. It's so fucking over, bro. Where did you get the burger? A burger? Man, this week I've been so fucking tired, it's actually insane. That might be cooked. It wasn't even the burger place. This guy is not even the most powerful Saiyan. There are people who are stronger than me. It's like, okay. Oh, you're both alright, thank goodness. I heard Coca-Cola is better in Europe than in the US. He's been making a concerted effort to bolster his forces, sparing but a fraction for the people's protection. He thinks nothing of our safety, unlike Queen's Finn. Zoraja. That's enough, Mausa. If you have grievances, I will hear them later, but to speak of a king now. European Fanta is fantastic. Oh. I'm not a fan of Fanta. Star Fox 2 is extremely ambitious to picture a character and move on a map to defend Cornea against enemies. Like what? Like a strategy game? My precious family. You see my good swords, Finn? That I'll admit, but you'll forgive me if I'm not ready to lower my guard for the enemy queen just yet. For you to be called that, I'll let you imagine what villainy your majesty has committed. Come now, this is no laughing matter. A ruler is responsible for the welfare of countless lives, and one wrong decision can lead to untold suffering. Failure is unquestionable. Now I believe we are done with the farm, let's move on, shall we? Okay, well, that was an amazing quest. On the cloud. Perhaps we should head back to the outskirts and Darcy, your friends will also have returned by now. My thanks again for dealing with the fiends. Come and visit us anytime. What do you mean radioactive glowing goo? What does that mean? What color is Fanta in the US? I feel like I'm scared of asking. Fanta USA. Oh, it's like fucking orange. You guys, wer tog den ju ut X-Men bra? You guys are not human, you guys are mutants. Okay, whatever. No wonder Couch is so tall. You hear that?
What's happening over there?
I don't know, you tell me.
It's nearly time.
Hello, Renard. How's it going?
I'm glad you could make it. Are you with us?
Queen Sphene's come to see you.
We're here, Namika. Everything is going to be all right.
Oh, yeah, that's her.
What's the matter, dear?
That's her nanny.
It can't be. That's the bangle I gave to Namika.
Oh shit, Wuklamat is losing everyone.
Of course I know her. She was like a mother to me.
I see. She was always willing to lend a kindly ear to others, but rarely did she ever speak of herself.
Is it really you?
She must have arrived shortly before the barrier manifested. For us, it was perhaps days, but for her...
30 years.
Namika, it's me. Wuklamat.
I'm afraid her time with us is nearly at an end.
Has she no more soul cells?
She always used hers sparingly, but at her age, it wouldn't make a difference.
Soul cells.
Ma'am, the ushers have arrived.
Thank you, Namika, for your many years of friendship. Take comfort in the knowledge that this is not the end. Be not afraid. Your memory will live on in us.
Living on in memory. The giants share a similar belief. Wait, where are you taking her?
Worry not. She is being escorted to a medical facility in the tower. There we will ease her burden.
Hello, foolish.
I had hoped to make arrangements for her sooner, but she wished to remain here for as long as possible. I could not bring myself to refuse her.
Is there any way I might stay with her for a little while longer? We may not share the same blood, but she was my mother. Please.
Let us give them some time alone.
You should play a big step and tell us what we have to think. You know? Never will take our opinion from you. Oops, sorry. Oh shit, I didn't.
It's not the end.
She didn't speak, but I'm grateful I could be with her at the end, thank you.
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking that we have much to discuss. Where shall we begin?
With what we can be reasonably certain of, perhaps. Between what we have witnessed and the testimony of Alexandria's inhabitants, it's safe to say that two distinct lands have indeed become one. What's more, having met Namika, there is no denying the divergence in the passage of time. Taken together, these phenomena strongly suggest that some manner of cross-rift displacement has occurred. Specifically, the displacement of Alexandria from another reflection to the source.
It does seem the most likely explanation.
What perplexes me, however, is the scale of said displacement. It far exceeds what could conceivably be achieved with a void gate, or even with the Crystal Tower. In essence, we are dealing with a localized instance of dimensional compression. The Ascians would no doubt liken it to a rejoining. Which invites the question, how was such a feat accomplished?
She's going to tell us nothing.
I wish that I had an answer for you, but this talk of reflections and dimensions is well beyond my understanding. I can only tell you that we lived peacefully under the barrier's protection for many, many years, until the day that peace was suddenly broken.
If I may clarify, the barrier predates Alexandria's displacement.
By several hundred years, yes. To when the continent we call home was ravaged by a devastating cataclysm. The barrier was erected to isolate us from the surrounding land's noxious influence.
I see. And it was only later that it was whisked away, along with its contents, by means unknown.
In other words, Sven's as lost as the rest of us, right? The Alexandrians
Interdimensional
didn't need
rift.
to end up in Tural.
Ah, but of course, our next stop ought to be Everkeep. That tower over yonder.
Couch Kittonvel!
Once you have been registered as
Everyone
my
has turned
guest,
insane.
you will have access to Solution 9 and its residential district, where you will doubtless gain invaluable insight into Alexandria's state of affairs.
Everything is Facebook now.
Unfortunately, I cannot take you directly to where Zoralja resides.
That you'd let us in at all goes a long way toward proving you're not content to let Zoralja do as he pleases. But we're not talking about a simple difference of opinion here. I've come to avenge my father. And to do so, I intend to take Zoralja's life. Are you willing to stand by and allow Alexandria's king to be slain?
A fair question. Permit me to answer it thus. My people come first. Their welfare is paramount. I will do everything in my power to keep them from harm. It is a ruler's duty. Now, I am off to register you at Everkeep. It may take some time, but you shall find the entrance open to you in due course. Oh, and ere I forget, your mother, Kafkiwa, you might try the Thunder Yards to the east.
The Thunder Yards? Is that where she is?
I am afraid I can say no more than that. Make for the Thunder Yards, and all will be made clear.
Maracas, hello! How's it going? Hello. Rune escape? I wish.
It's not as if we have other pressing business. Not until we can get into this Everkeep, anyway. Thank you for earlier. And for being a friend to Namika these past 30 years.
Well, I guess you can mine in both games, so it's
Means
kind of
a
the
lot to
same.
me.
Namika? I'm sorry, but I don't know who you mean.
Huh?
What?
These camera
Just
shots were like
whisper.
scary.
If this is some sort of a joke, it isn't funny.
Oh, chase me the rest from memory.
I don't mean to give offense, but I honestly have no idea who you are talking about. I'm sorry.
How can you not know who she is? You're in charge here. She was under your care.
Then in all likelihood, my memories of her have been stored in the cloud.
What? Oh shit, this is data center AI expansion.
Any person seemingly forgotten without reason is probably there, in the cloud.
This is the Metal Gear Solid 2 of
I really must be getting
FF14.
back to work.
Death
If you'll
Stranding.
excuse me.
We are in straight Kojima territory. Yes! Why did I take a week to play this again? Oh yeah, I was tired. Okay, so Varacas, shit is fucked. We entered the zone where like 30 years have passed in an instant. So everyone we know is like 30 years older now. The zone that makes you old. What's going on? How could Peppo suddenly forget about Namika? It's as if he never knew her. Said the cloud. It's like, what the Boy, we were in like fantasy medieval in like Eorzea, and now we're talking about the cloud now. The fuck? We're fighting with like magic and stones, bro. The longest setup of all mankind. Hello, Ptidus. Hello, hello. An old woman named Namika. My friend, I don't know that person. I'm sorry I couldn't be of help. Well, she's been memory erased. Me when I delete my emails on Gmail to make some space. I don't recall caring for someone until recently, and you said it was a woman named Namika. Well, I can't say for certain if it was her, I won't worry. I'm sure she's just been taken up to the cloud. Okay, what the fuck is the cloud? It's not common, but it does happen from time to time. Okay, Ptidus, Shaloani, they were testing my patience a little bit. That's when they were testing my patience with Shaloani. So what the hell? Fucking Old West, Red Dead Redemption, Western. Well, at least the music goes hard. It's a fucking disgrace. Well, you have tougher words than me. What's that? Oh no, Namika. Never met anyone by that name, and I've worked at the outskirts for a good while now. If she'd spent time here, I would remember. Like as not, this Namika is up in the cloud. I did do a lot of like duty roulette, so I have like a paladin, white mage, sage, and viper at 100. Soon red mage and soon monk. Civil War arc. There should have been. They wanted to speedrun everyone is happy and can get together. So it was the same for everyone. Not a single person remembers Namika. It's as if the memory of her has been purged from their minds. While such a thing might be done with magic, to alter the memories of so many at once would be a tremendous undertaking. Well, I felt a surge of effort corresponding to the act too, and I sensed none in that moment. Never did I, but I did something else. Right before Peppo had seemingly forgot, a light in the device on his head began to blink. Could there be a connection? Someone also said something about soul cells. But who might we ask about this? If we continued making such inquiries, I expect we would only cause confusion. I think maybe we were scared because this map is basically you know, the new world, you know? And like if they want to like bring back a civil war and shit, they're like, oh, this is a minefield we don't want to step into. It's like at some point Twitter was calling them, you know, like the most, like it was like fucking 1940 Germany because of Stormblood expansion. It's like, bro, that expansion was good. It was not out of pocket at all. It just he spoke of colonization and stuff, you know. It's like, I'm sorry you cannot handle heavy topics, but if we can really solve the mystery about Namika, perhaps we could search for Kafkua instead. Sven said to try the Thunder Yards. Should be in this direction. Versus the independentist. What the fuck is this? Impossible! Beep. As soon as you write it, the machine. Huh? Another kind of mechanical soldier, it looks dangerous, would better destroy it. Whoa! What the fuck is this? Should we give chase? I think it understood our words. It might be worth asking it some questions. Erendil, are you alright? You look like you've seen a ghost. It's nothing, I'm fine. Well, it would have in the direction we're headed anyway, so let's try to track it down. Let's go. We still have 3 levels worth of main story, bro. Okay, walk la mat. Nothing but birds over here, okay. Erendil. That voice, could it be? Don't tell me that's his mother, bro. I'm gonna shit. What the fuck happened in this place? I found some Dr. Pepper at the supermarket, but I don't know. I don't like it. The cherry, there's too much cherry, you know? You found it? The cherry is overpowering. To the northeast, then he must be bound for the mines. Come on, then. The robot yearned for the mine. It could well be a trouble, so let's not rush in too quickly. Hello, Northern Impact. It's been doing good. What about you? Enjoying some FF14. Whitest opinion you ever had? What? Because the Dr. Pepper has too much cherry flavor? I guess, bro. I guess. I like more when it's like some vanilla, you know. An old coal mine. Oh shit, we're entering Twitter. So it went in here. I heard faint voices coming from inside. So it's not alone, but what's going in, of course. This may be a try to be ready for a fight, everyone. Motor Slice, Pragmata, Escape. Escape is so good. Pragmata, I'll get to it one day. I do want to. And Motor Slice, I've heard of this game. Yeah. Just too many games to play. And this one takes me all my time. A couple minutes ago, nice. It's a great game. Especially the soundtrack. Man, if only we had more Escape. Should play all of them, they're very good. 1, 2, and 3 at least. They kinda remade it on PSP. It's actually kinda impressive how well they made it without like 2 joysticks. I do not have Game Pass. I'm sorry, Bar. Maybe I should, maybe I can finally get Game Pass now that Phil Spencer is out, you know? My ban on Microsoft might be lifted. So let's keep going, stay on your guard. I'm even staying on my high guard.
is this?
Aaronville!
A trap?
It really is you!
Oh my god, that's his mother, bro.
Huh?
What happened?
I just have to get a look at you in the light. And I can still hardly believe my eyes. But it is you, my darling Otis.
My darling, what now?
Why are you a floating blob?
So good to see you, my fussy little bun bun. But what are you doing here? What brings you all this way?
Fussy little bun bun.
Why the long face? Aren't you happy to see me after all this time?
I know that laugh anywhere. Mother?
Wait. Since when was your mother a weird floating thing?
And what have we here? Say, aren't you Galoo Jaja's kitten? I knew I recognized that adorable fuzzy face. Ellen Espier was always so excited whenever you invited him over to play. You remember me, I hope?
I can't say that I do, but you know my father?
American mother in Icelandic son, bro. Scandinavian son.
Appearances notwithstanding, it would seem this is my mother, Kafkiwa.
Kafkiwa.
I'm sorry?
Oh, this won't do. Come in! Friends of my Ellen Espier are always welcome.
All I ask is a little forewarning, but no.
Dawntrail have made character walk Lemao. Elmao. Well, people are stupid.
Just when I thought I was starting to get a handle on this place. How are things still getting stranger?
Well, now it's getting very good. Raven's Mole has a floating machine ride that makes about as much sense as everything else thus far. Oh, this track, holy. Well, I guess that machine that could be controlled remotely. Is she using something similar to communicate with us? Can't say I understand what's going on, but at least Kafkiwa is safe. Yeah, it just takes its time. This is FF9 music. That's the Tantalus. We got Lofi FF9 Tantalus theme. God, Final Fantasy IX is so good, bro. It's so fucking good. Generally one of the best games ever made, bro. Well, we don't talk about the combat, but everything else. Sometimes a JRPG is good in spite of the combat, you know? Combat is fun on PC with load times removed. Maybe I should try it on PC one day then. With a Moguri mod. I played Aram Reborn when it came out, so I don't have like a frame of reference. When I played Aram Reborn, it was the only thing that was out, so it was like fine. Let's hear what she has to say. I think the biggest issue for Aram Reborn is that they needed to make content fast. So they padded the fuck out of this game, the base game. Because they needed to make a lot of content super fast. There's the reason for your appearance. Oh, this is just a body that I control remotely. I use this for operations. Oh, okay. Whew. That's what she turned into this. We're members of a resistance organization, Oblivion, we call ourselves, and our goal is to thwart Zoalja's ambitions for conquest. As the leader, it's clear that I remain here where I can't be easily found. I see, whimsical appearances notwithstanding, yours is a serious cause. Right you are. Though truth be told, Oblivion was founded for an altogether two different purposes. And that is? As I expect you already noticed, everything you see within this dome, the buildings, the people, the very earth beneath our feet, is a fusion of two worlds. Stopping such a fusion was Oblivion's original mission. But does that mean you know who or what is responsible for it? I'm afraid not. This was a long time ago and our mission statement has become more of a legend that's passed down to members. By the time we joined, our sole objective was stopping Zoalja. You have a robot as a mount. That's kinky, I guess. But we failed to do that, and now he's taken his army outside the dome. None of you wear those strange devices on your heads. Does that have something to do with your work? Oh, it's here. You mean this? It's a regulator, the pinnacle of electrop technology. In that we don't wear it is indeed related to our operations. What exactly does it do? Allow me to explain. Regulators have two primary functions. The first, as the name suggests, is the regulation of the wearer's reserve of souls. Should they die, the regulator expends a soul to bring them back to life. Reserve, you mean people walk around carrying spare souls? They do. Souls are packaged in cells, and they can be used to replenish the life force that is lost due to sudden death, such as in accidents. They do no things for those who die of old age, though. Distribution of soul cells is based on one's work evaluation, to encourage exemplary performance with fulfilling their duties. Souls as a common resource and payment for services rendered. That's messed up. The Void Sent practice of consuming others for their ether comes to mind, and similarly expect that the act comes with some risk. Zero sudden flashback. Zero! My wife. Doesn't it dilute your sense of self? So we're like part of a collective. That is prevented through memory management, a process in which regulators also play a role. Memory management? That's the reason everyone has forgotten Namika's existence. The regulators are constantly recording the memories of their wearer, so if they should suddenly die, the memories can be refreshed as part of the restoration process. This is how they preserve one's identity and sense of self. However, the regulators are also triggered when someone else dies. The reason being is that regulators forcibly extract memories related to the deceased from anyone wearing one. Why would we do such a thing? It's a kindness bestowed upon the people by their keep score system, so that no one has to suffer the pain of loss. Huh. So this is what is meant by their memories being in the cloud. Indeed, all memories of the deceased are wiped from the minds of the people and archived in the system. It's a frightening function of regulators, and an integral step in soul cell production. Dead. You see, when a person dies of natural causes, their soul is temporarily housed within the regulator. It's then delivered to a facility where memories are separated from the soul. Dropped. Unreal Reborn PowerPoints are back. The result is a fresh soul cell, free of impurities, ready for distribution and consumption. They turned my soul into a commodity, bro. As a means of production. Yippee! Meanwhile, the memories are stored in the core system to be remembered forever, in quotes, in the cloud, in Amazon Cloud Service. And this is why people are happy here. On its surface, it's similar to the Yokui philosophy, but I see nothing noble or comforting in it. Well, it doesn't seem so terrible to me personally. All comes down to what you're used to, I suppose. Like the barrier encasing Alexandria, the system was created to overcome the calamity that transformed the world hundreds of years ago. So does it come from the 13th? Right, the void word is the 13th, no? Amid the mounting death toll, scientists used Electrop to devise a means to save what lives they could so that the nation could endure. I understand the people of Alexandria did what they believed was best to save their people. I just find it hard to believe the true rally would also accept this way of living. It came as a shock to us as well. In fact, a great many were opposed to it. Which is why the use of regulators was never compulsory. The people have always been free to go without them if they so wish. Sphin didn't strike me as the sort of ruler to impose her will on others. Oh, so we've already met. She's the one who suggested we come to the Thunder Yards in the first place. She also said she wants to help us stop the Ralja. Hopefully kind of her to point you in my direction, and to speak so kindly as well. Whatever her motives, she has given the people a choice: live with the risk of true death or the security of the regulators. Everything that lives must someday die. That is the natural order of things. Quite right, but however you feel about them, it will be easier to understand what the regulators are capable if you saw it for yourself. I know just the person to show you, and as I could have it, they should be starting work right about now. Who are we going to see exactly? Come with me and you'll find out. Okay. Her name is Nostalgia. What's the FF10 reference? Oh, taken out to get struck by lightning out there. One fellow reckoned you could dodge him by jumping back then send there's a flash, but that's crazy if you ask me. Oh. I read too fast. Nostalgia is my twin sister, like most people who both used to wear regulators, but well, let's just say a lot happened. It was for Lulu's ultimate weapon, right? Yeah, I have like a save of like 200 hours on FF10. I played a shit ton of it when I was a kid. I think I have even more hours in FF10 too. Maybe I should play them again now that there's retro achievements, you know? Should be that hard to like 100%. Sorry, but I just can't accept the idea of using souls as a resource. Everyone here, good. It is the responsibility of the Thunderyard's hunters to fell any fiends found wandering the area. We are to meet an acquaintance of mine, Strika, one of his hunters. There's like the 1440p option now, right? Does it look blurry? Or does it look fine now? Like correct? Does it look okay? This is like a Realm Reborn Garlean bases. Well, the thing is in this box. I'm guessing food. What's in the box? Judging by its name, I take it this facility is for gathering lightning energy. Let's get this over with. Strika will show you what life can be like wearing a regulator. While I'm not blind to the potential benefits of those regulators, the risk inherent in giving another party the power to alter your memories cannot be overstated. Never mind the ethical consideration of using souls in such a fashion. Oh no, I'm in the stream. FF10 I would play it on PS2, no fucking way I'm playing the remaster. In Magic the Gathering, Ishtola. Ishtola. She's wife. Kafkiwa, what are you doing here? With so many friends. Apologies for interruption, but I was hoping they might observe you at work. Hunting, you mean? That's fine, I guess. Hold on, I assume they are wearing special regulators like Queen's Fiend's crown, but they aren't wearing anything at all. It's much too dangerous to be here without one. What if they are struck by lightning or attacked by beasts? I can assure you they're all quite capable of looking after themselves. If anything should go amiss, I will take full responsibility. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Danger aside, there is really much to see. Kafkiwa said you're a hunter. Wouldn't it be easier for those mechanical soldiers to guard this place? It would, if not for the fact they're weak to lightning. The Thunderyard being what it is, they've been ordered to steer clear. Some good they are, eh? But these facilities are vital to the upkeeping of Alexandria's infrastructure, so it falls to hunters like me to deal with any things. Given the danger, we're well compensated for our work. It's a perfect profession for anyone looking to build up savings. The special solution... A special section of tools for hunters isn't terrible either. About this search here to see this danger you speak of, if it's not too much trouble to ask. Ah, of course, in each case it'd be a shame to waste my efforts on just any old beast. You can all handle yourselves in a fight, right? If you cause a ruckus slaying what critters you see nearby, there's a chance to draw out something worthwhile of a demonstration. Okay. She's a menace in MTG. I'm not sure I understand, but I suppose we should each slay what we can. Slay my monsters. Oh my god. My fussy little Banban was never any good at fighting, and his body of mine isn't suited to it either. Will it this work in your capable hands? I'm afraid I must leave the fighting to you. Bun. What the fuck? Okay, so we're still like one more map. Okay. Both some buddies. My Chocobo is already maxed out, so... This one will do nicely. Oh, she's a monk just like me. We'll help you. It's fine, really. I've faced worse. Just watch. Oh yeah, you are playing Fatal Fury. Oh. I don't like the looks of this. Let us help. Oh no. Look out! Oh, she fucking died. One soul cell activated. She's a Phoenix down inside. Auto Phoenix down, auto life. This is FF9. Auto life. That was embarrassing. The bastard caught me off guard. Oh shit, I forgot it wasn't voice acted. Are you mad? Seriously, let us help.
I have to share this cause it won't go away no matter what I do.
Thank you, Couch. Oh, so he did it twice. Thank you. Thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. I told you not to worry, this will only take a moment. Limit break. What the? Well, I cannot even do that. She mugged me. Monk maxing. Just like Zoralja. Come on, let's get out of here. That's also a function of a regulator. You can go overdrive. She's playing evolved mode. I think I understand now how Zoralja was able to return from the dead and defeat Papa, but I'm not sure what we saw at the end there. As soon as the regulators turned red, it was as if you were possessed. Your movement became beast-like. Don't tell me you empowered yourself with the soul of a beast. I'm reminded of the Serpentine soldiers we encountered at Vanguard who did the same. So you cross paths with one of the King's elite. Such a form can only be achieved from gorging yourself on souls. We could do the same in theory, but it's incredibly dangerous. Besides, it's not as if they'd allow hunters to carry that many souls to begin with. Well, I should be getting back to work. Take care. Sure, bro. Hemiteos from Endwalker. Anlohitlodeus. Hemiteos. The bosses in Pandemonium? Yeah, I know Pandemonium. Yeah, I did the bosses. And there you have it, regulators can be loaded with two kinds of souls, those of people and those of beasts. The souls of people can be used to grant the user preternatural strength. Naturally, they can also be used to ensure no one suffers an untimely death. What about the souls of the beasts? They work much in the same fashion, giving you the strength of a chosen animal. If, for example, you use the soul of a wolf, you will grow more agile and feral, as you saw with Strika. Using several of the same type at once, however, would result in physical change. Your teeth might become fangs, your nails claws, too many and you'll become more beast than man. Oh yeah, they would transform into like But they were like ancients, like they can transform into like their real form. Changing one's form through the source of our beings, it becomes much more and more reminiscent of Void sense. Yet unlike the Void, where the cycle of death and rebirth is simply broken, souls here are forcibly taken before they might reach the Feral Sea, different means to achieve similar ends. A circle to which all within the dome are bound. This is wrong, this is all wrong. It is indeed hard to accept, being so far removed from our own beliefs. Perhaps more shocking is that the technology to achieve all this was developed hundreds of years ago. The civilizations in the reflections are surprising indeed. She's far older than she appears, Finn. Considering the power of his regulators, perhaps it's not so far-fetched. Never seen it for myself, but it said that if a beast soul is potent enough, a single soul is enough to induce a monstrous transformation. Having seen the beauty of the Ethereal Sea first-hand, I simply can't accept what they've done here in Alexandria. When Ahmed Sex spoke of surprising civilizations in other reflections, I wonder if he had Alexandria in mind. Ahmed Selk mentioned. While we have all our thoughts on souls, for now the important thing is we know what power Zoraja has at his disposal. It is one thing to separate corporal ether from incorporeal ether, but to strip memories from the soul entirely is unprecedented technology. This is no longer only Tuliolo's concern. With his newfound power, Zoraja has become a real threat to the entire world. Indeed, he has to be stopped no matter the cost. Oh, we finished an arc, I guess. Embracing Oblivion. I trust you've gained an insight into the use of souls in Alexandria. It's shocking, I know, I was overwhelmed myself at first. I expect you need some time to digest it all, but for now let's head back to Heaven Sky. And you what? Oops. Did she say? At this rate, there's something I want to discuss with everyone. Let's take a moment before we head into the tunnel. And you, what do you have to say? Huh? Ruffles their favor indignantly. Who is he mad? To think that everyone has lived here for 30 years, long enough to become accustomed to the way of life. What does Lamati wish to discuss, I wonder? So argument I should keep an open mind. It is practice that relates to a culture, but every fiber of my being prays against it. This way I could see firsthand how regulators are used to go upon even the source of fiends. I shudder to imagine how powerful Zoraja could become. Let's kill Zoraja, bro. I'm sorry for dating us, but I have some thoughts I need to share. In both technology and values, it's plain there's a wide gulf between Tuliolo and Alexandria. And while Zoraja knows everything about us, we know hardly anything about what he's become. Indeed, we haven't seen what lies between that enormous tower ever keep. So here I'd like to make a proposal. That is, we work with Kafkiwa and her people. We need to learn as much as we can about the enemy. The quickest way will be to join hands with Oblivion. We've only just met them, I know, and we shouldn't be too quick to trust, but the fact remains that they share our desire to stop Zoraja. Sphine too claims to be at odds with King of Resolve. May I ask why you would cooperate with Oblivion instead? In simple, really, their leader is Renvin's mother. Meanwhile, whatever Sphine may feel, she's the ruler of this nation. There's a greater risk in working with her and less reason to take her at her word. A fair point. And knowing Zoraja, we must assume that his arrangement with Sphine was not made without some consideration. All I know is that it would be heartening to have allies in this strange realm. I think everyone would agree that any help we can get would be welcome. Hold on, there's no guarantee that it's actually my mother behind the machine. Without seeing her in the flesh, we can't rule out the possibility of a ploy. If it turns out to be a trap, we endanger not only ourselves but everyone in Chile alone. As you say, we have no proof that it's really Kafkiwa, but I make my proposal in full awareness of this. No one would say fussy little bun unless it's your mother, bro. Whether we're going to war or trying for peace, we need to learn as much as we can, otherwise we can't hope to do anything meaningful. As it stands, we know too little about this realm, we need to remedy that. We need to study the enemy, and when the time comes, track down Zoralja for good and all. What's more, I trust you, Anvil. You always had great instincts, honed from your time training under your mother. What if I'm wrong? What if Sentiment is clouding my judgment? I trust you as well. Yeah, you're the goat. Sigh, that's always the way of it with you. Fine, if you're set on this, then I say no more. Then it's settled. Let's head inside and secure ourselves some new allies. I didn't know that when you reach level 100 you can already farm Allagan Tombstone. Fortunately it's going like it's too late now. But for this week at least. Oops. I was using the roulette to gain experience instead. Holy shit, how many NPCs? How actions may affect ordinary Alexandrians but not an enemy after all. DBAI. Boxing is awesome. I'm unaccustomed to seeing her make decisions like a ruler, better that than her former vacillating self though. Yeah, she grew up. DBI chocolate. La Boubou Matcha. Kafkiwa has something I need to tell you and your people. We came here for no other reason than to strike down Zoralja. But I thought he was your brother. Do you really mean to kill your own kid? I hate Tekken so much right now, you don't even understand. Makin invaded our nation and murdered our people, as though resolve it falls to me to bring him to account. I am prepared to do what I must and I won't hesitate when the time comes. Like us, you and yours oppose Zoralja. In light of this, I propose that we work together to stop him once and for all. I realize that this is sudden, but it's a gamble to trust someone you've only just met. But I would trust in the conviction of anyone who shares my goal, so fight with me, I beg you. As you say, our goals align, and I don't doubt your resolve in the least. If you hadn't proposed working together, I would have done so instead. Truth be told, it's been tough going at it alone. While we've gathered ample intelligence, we don't have the strength to take decisive action. Besides, how could we not trust you? My only son is with you, my first little bun. He's all the reason I need. Then it's decided. Here's to fruitful collaboration. Yay! We made new friends. Thank you, Kafkiwa, everyone. Together we'll achieve great things, I'm sure of it. Then let's not waste any time. We've been wondering about Zoralja's whereabouts. Is there a palace inside that tower? After a fashion, the king resides on the uppermost level, but while Queen Sphene has a penchant for going out in public, he seldom shows himself. What's more, his movements are highly classified, not even his commanders are privy to the information. If anyone knows where he is at any given time, it could only be the queen. Even if we don't know his whereabouts, Zoralja will eventually march on Tuliolo again. That's when we can go after him. The drawback is we'd have to wait for invasion to happen. Innocent would be put in harm's way. There's also a possibility that he'll leave everything to his minions and not command the army in person. No, he'll take the field. What makes you so certain? My brother has always yearned to surpass our favor. That's why he attacked Tuliolol. After waiting for 30 years, the first thing he wanted to do was demonstrate his newfound strength. But killing Papa didn't satisfy him, so now he's bent on proving himself stronger than me and Koana, who bested him in the right of succession. He challenged me to strike him down. He wants a duel to show everyone that he's superior to the Dawn Servant, and he won't let his minions deprive him of the pleasure. Then why hasn't he appeared and given you a chance? Surely he's aware of our presence here. At that I can only guess. Perhaps he wants to dazzle us with his wondrous realm, but if he won't deign to appear, then we'll force him to do so. What did I say? Even as we gather intelligence, we make no move to attack him. Show absolutely no interest in a confrontation. Knowing him, he'll tire of waiting and turn his attention to Koana instead. He'll attack Tuliolol again, like he said he would. I see, if you believe this is the best approach, then we have no objections. Any campaign against Tuliolol requires that Zoralja lead his forces through Vanguard. We'll have lookouts keep an eye on it day and night. Couch is the commander of Jurai Fight Club. You have any issues, you talk to him. If you want to plan anything. Such a strategy is certainly viable. If you're proceeding with it though, we should warn those outside. You're the commander of the Jurai Fight Club, huh? You're Tyler Durden or whatever his name was. Indeed, we'll need time to prepare the defenses. I should be glad to coordinate our efforts. I'm already in regular contact with Ishtola, and I will make sure to keep our comrades apprised of developments. You can leave Vanguard to us. We'll send word at the first set of movement. You are taken God Couch. I'm fucking taken Emperor. You mugged me, bro. How can I make anything happen? You're rank maxing. While we wait for Zoralja to move, you do well to prepare for battle. May begin to familiarize yourself with the technology that empowers him. To that end, I'll show you to Oblivion's main headquarters. Oh, I thought this place was it! Chuckle, you'll be impressed to know that we're located right inside that tower, in the residential district of Solution 9. Hiding a tree in the forest, as it were. The only question is how to get you through a checkpoint. About that, Sphine said that she'd make it so we could enter without issue. She did, curious. She's not supposed to have such authority over the sentries. If I recall correctly, her words were that she would register us as guests. I see, perhaps we're in the clear then. When you're ready, come and meet me at the tower entrance. Before you head out, give us a moment to introduce ourselves properly, eh? After all, names are good to know when working together. Dee-dee, 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 dee-doo. Surely 40 years is nothing to have a woman. Nice to meet you. While Oblivion has operatives all over, we have a main crew here. I'm Judd, the leader of this hideout, and the dependable young twins behind me are Nostalgia and Wayakwe. I'm Nostalgia. It's a pleasure to meet you. My sister and I were born and raised inside the barrier. We've been with Oblivion for 3 years, and our main duties are surveillance and provisioning. Twins, eh? That explains the resemblance. Wayakwe is a Tonaotan name, unless I'm mistaken. That's right, our mother is Triolon and our father is Alexandrian. They wanted to know both cultures. They are beautiful names. Thank you, though I have no memories of my mother, I like to think I carry a part of her with me. So what made you decide to join Oblivion? We wanted to avenge our father. Ambrose was his name, and years ago he was taken away after a scuffle with a soldier over a disagreement. It was a minor accident, so at first we clung to the hope that he'd be released, but when months went by with no word more about him, we made the decision to remove our regulators. We had already lost the memories of our mother, we didn't want to lose those of our father as well. We've all forgotten about him now, everyone who had known him. That bastard. Even here he thinks nothing of his own people. Sometime later we were approached by a member of Oblivion, hoping to get justice for our father. We joined the Order. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to darken the mood. No, I appreciate you sharing this. Sharing gun. Together we'll avenge your father. Leave Zoralja to me. Thank you, something tells me you have what it takes. I wanted to say sharing this and I said sharing this. Because I don't know how to read. You introduce yourself too. Go on. It's pretty much the same story for me. And while mine is a Tunawotan name, having a faint taste how things are outside the barrier. It's my dream to go and see it with my own eyes, our mother's homeland. Once peace is restored, you must come and visit. The wilds are beautiful, the food delicious, and everyone so nice, you'll love it. And that's us here. You'll meet others in the back room. That's our headquarters. Some of them are a little eccentric, but they have good hearts all. Just Red Dead Redemption, your homeland. Ishpia, one last thing. It isn't exactly my place to say this, but thank you for seeking out Kafkiwa. She talks about you so much, it's clear how important you are to her. That's all, be good to your mother while you still can, eh? Well, we'll let you go now. Feel free to use this hideout as you like. Oh shit.
You've been consulting with Wuk Lamat. No matter. I do not know what you are scheming. But when your realm lay on the brink, you were powerless. You had no choice but to turn to me. Whatever sentiment you may feel for her, it is my power you require. Is it not?
Perhaps. And yet, knowing the love that Wuk Lamat bears for her people, how she regards them all as kin, I cannot help but wish to spare her the same pain I have suffered. What's more, her friends possess new knowledge. Were we to work together, we might find another path. I know you're loath to consider it, but is there no hope for peace with Tuliyola? What we've already done may be unforgivable, but it needn't continue. You needn't kill your brother and sister.
I slew my only flesh and blood. Yet you attempt to sway me with an appeal to family.
Family.
The memory of my father's final moments still fills me with disappointment. Age came for him before I did. For long years, I sought to prove the miracle. And weak as he was, defeating him achieved nothing.
Fight me next, pussy.
To kill them is my only recourse. Uklamat and Kona, who bested him as he was in his prime.
They are still your siblings, even if not by blood.
Okay.
But such bonds should
Wuklamat
mean
and
so
Kohana
much
and
to
also
you.
all the science.
I am bound to no one, serve none save myself. I made that clear when first you spoke to me in the Golden City. Remember, I can easily kill your beloved family. If you will protect them, cast aside any foolish notions. Your wisdom and abilities are valuable insofar as our goals align. So think well before you act, Queen of Reason.
Why is bro so sinister?
Uklamat, if you are father's worthy successor, then you will find your way to me. But should you fall short, I will lay waste to Tuli Yolal.
What now?
My sister is something of an introvert. Oops. By the same token, though, she's extremely cautious and observant, that makes her great reconnaissance. So we're going to Solution 9. Nostalgia and Wayakwe remind me of Alfino and myself, similar but so very different. We should chat sometime, trade twin tales. 12, help her if she's mentioned anything embarrassing. At long last we're entering the tower, not that I'm excited or anything, not unduly. I'm excited too. Right, Kafkio is waiting, let's head to the tower. Dawntrail is le good? No way. I didn't attune to this one as well. Hardest game ever, I'm flaccid. Why did you say that? Oh, Fatal Fury. No, okay, why did you say that? Is this not a free speech? What? A free speech zone? Yeah, maybe. Welcome back, Runar. We are entering the tower, I think. Ah, there you are. If Queen Sphene has registered you as guest, you should be able to march right in. And if she hasn't, but you may have a swarm of Zoralja's minions to deal with. Nothing for it but to see if Sphene has betrayed us, eh? French speech zone, hell yeah. Oui, exactement. Thank you for the agent service, friends. My companions and I would like to pass if you'd be so kind. Sorry. Oh, bonne mère. Outrunner guide unit identified, registration number verified. 6 accompanying civilians identified, verifying credentials. Solution 9. Credentials verified. Welcome guest of Queen Sphene. The way you say "oh bonne mère" is hilarious. Okay. What a relief. Thank God I'm funny. There you have it. It seems the Queen was true to her word. Follow me, everyone. Solution 9 awaits. The final zone. Oh shit. Phantasy Star Online?
Everkeep. A tower of electrope piercing a perpetual shroud of storm clouds. Occupying the 9th level of this 12-tiered structure is a residential district called Solution 9. In so naming their home, what hopes did its founders harbor for it? And did it prove the answer they sought?
Damn, this goes crazy. Keatonville, I know you're fighting goblins where you at in the game. But this is what happens when you're level 100.
There are more districts throughout the tower, including industrial ones, but Solution 9 is the largest.
Just being here makes my head spin.
Perfectly natural reaction. A city of shimmering electrope, replete with strange technologies that cater to every conceivable need. We never dreamed of the life back home in Tuliolo. Now, while I go and explain the situation to those in the back room, why not take a moment to explore? I believe lived experiences are far more educational than dry explanations. If you want to know more about Sphene and Zoral, just
Iskaf Kiwa hot mom. You had me at Explore.
I had a feeling you'd be keen.
Just to confirm, while we have been allowed inside, are we also permitted to roam?
Absolutely.
She has a great hard drive.
As Sphene's registered guest, you'll find you're exempt from the sentry scrutiny. The elevator to the uppermost level. I wouldn't go near that. But other areas should be fine provided you act like you belong.
All right then, we'll show ourselves around.
Yes. Familiarizing ourselves with the technology here
He's
will
so
help
happy.
us prepare for the battles to come.
He's so giddy.
Try not to enjoy yourselves too much, or you're liable to attract attention.
Once you've explored to your satisfaction,
C'est juste Phantasy Star Online,
come
bon.
to the entrance to True View in the eastern sector. The
Ça
way from
m'a
there is a
naze,
little
man.
complicated, so I'll send someone to guide you.
Understood. We'll see you later.
Some man is a hellspawn. Fucking the devil, bro. Could never think of something like this.
I shall speak with the residents. Perhaps one of them will recognize the earring.
What's with this place? How can this all be the inside of a tower?
Anyone knows a lot about Phantasy Star Online.
So, what aren't you telling me? Where are you?
That I can't reveal yet. precautions, you understand? Just know that I'm safe. But come, tell me about
I
your
hope she still has a
adventurous
physical
friend.
form, or else it would be
You
sad.
seem to have a great deal of faith in him. You must have been through a lot together.
A guy I
You might
hate
say
played it.
that.
No, wait.
For instance, we found the entrance to the Golden City.
Wait, what? You did? Elnasphere, why didn't you mention this sooner?
You want to explore together? It's not that I'm scared or anything. Everything is just so different from home, is all.
I promise your favor to protect you, Buklamat, okay? It's fine. Towers inside the tower, I see it, but I still can't believe it. For now, I say we proceed straight ahead. I feel like we're getting lost. We can always turn around and go back where we came. Huh. Okay, so this is like a second city. This is like the endgame hub. It's not a zone. Okay, I got baited. This makes sense. It's just a late game zone, like a city. That's cool. That's actually pretty cool, no? Like the last time we had like an endgame zone was like Edilshire in Heavensward. Like a late game like city location. So this is where everyone hangs out, I guess. Like real players. It's a USB key. No, no, I should have done this. Old Charlayan. Yeah, it's better I do this and then I just have to remember to put Yolo again as of our destination. Crossroads already? This place is too much. I have no idea where I should go. Right, I've made up my mind. Let's head to the building here. Well, it's like 2 AM, so there's going to be nobody, but 3 AM. This looks sick! Honestly. Whoa. La Défense.
Ah! There you are! La Mati!
Sphene!
I was worried you might have had trouble at the checkpoint, but I see everything went according to plan.
Well, that's thanks to you.
Now, I know you've scarcely arrived, but I have a request to make of you.
Oh, A request, you say?
Yes, an important one. I'll say it plain. I want you to make peace with Zeralja.
Man, get the fuck out, boy.
What? I thought you said you weren't on his side.
We have come no closer to seeing eye to eye, nor do I condone his methods. Be that as it may, I don't want you to fight him. I don't want you to regret a decision made in anger and haste. Unequipped with regulators as you are, the risk is too great.
I appreciate your concern, but you ask the impossible.
We're gonna kill this motherfucker!
Zeralja murdered our father. His minions slaughtered our countrymen. He will never renounce his war. As vow of resolve, it falls to me to stop him. I know you love your people too, and so you must understand how I feel. Why I cannot, will not back down.
I do understand. All too well. Let me say only
I swear to God, her voice acting was better before she
Zeralja
became
will
Dawn Servant.
use any means to win. If you would protect your people, return to them at once and prepare. Prepare as best you can. It may ring hollow coming from the queen of an enemy nation. But unlike me, you still have the power to determine your own fate.
You really are a curious one. Look, you needn't worry for us. We have dependable comrades holding the fort in Tulihyolal. They'll keep everyone safe, so we can devote our attention to affairs here.
Please. So you have comrades on whom you can rely. I envy you.
You know, we'd like to learn more about you.
About me?
To be frank, we're still not sure whether or not you're trustworthy. So, if you have a moment, would you show us around the district? That way, we can get to know you better.
You're asking me, the Queen, to show you around?
Show you around?
Oh, but I jest. I'm flattered that you've taken an interest in me. Very well. I shall be your guide. You're my guests, after all, and teaching you about my realm would be a pleasure in and of itself. If you like, I can introduce you to my citizens, too. I consider them family, as you do yours.
By all means, we're in your capable hands.
That you are. This will be an enjoyable and enlightening tour, I promise.
Okay, I'm glad I level 98. I don't have to worry about anything. What did I get? Enhanced Fate. Let's begin then, shall we? I must say I'm regretful this place is so vast and confusing I don't even know where to begin. While the district may seem daunting in size and structure, all the key facilities are situated near lane nodes, what you call FFXIVs. Remember this and you won't lose your way. Lose my way. This FFXIV looks so nice. Nexus Arcade. Yes, Side UK, the recording studio, the casting studio also have an American branch, you're right. This complex is home to all manner of shops, from food and daily necessities to technological conveniences. You can find most everything here. Everkeep's interior is vast as you observe. This arcade makes it possible for people to acquire what they need in one centralized location. Amazing! How do you get to upper levels? I don't see stairs. This is the citadel in Mass Effect. Do you see the glowing pattern over yonder? This is an automatic conveyor. Such contraptions are found throughout Everkeep, allowing us to swiftly move between faraway places. Electrope. Yes, the conveyor supports Electrope. As a matter of fact, the ore is created to just about everything in Everkeep, even the floors and walls. By etching arcade circuits upon it, Electrope can be used to convert lighting energy to those other elements. To wind transportation, which is required for propulsion of flying vehicles. Can you make a drink cold if you convert to ice instead? You certainly can, our vending machines do just that. Oh shit. We're gonna have American Fanta. Some clever effects, for instance, by manipulating the air with wind while projecting light of lightning, it is possible to alter one's appearance. Okay, I read this one too fast. Such a wondrous material existing in our world, I imagine everyone would be fighting over it. Then she got sad. This shop over here, what does it sell? Ah yes, let's go and take a look. I dare say you will find it interesting. Is it a place where you trade tombstone for stuff? Never seen that before. Oh no, this is for crafting. Says food, those are the items on the counter. That's food, I can't imagine what they taste like. I thought you might be surprised, your countrymen were too in the beginning. Come, you must sample something, choose one and I will purchase it. The five items on display are most popular, I recommend one of them if this is your first time. Dude, the chaos is fucking dead, bro. There must be an instance, surely. I'm like, no, solution 9-1, okay, it's fucking over. Hello, low cloak. This here is cultivated steak. It's not quite the same as the real thing they produce in the outskirts, but it's slightly more affordable. Gold label. Hybrid of beef and chicken grown at the plant on the 4th level. Sure. I should have checked the other ones. Whatever. Going to have a steak like you. Thank you for a custom. This being Her Majesty's treat, it's bound to taste all the better. Say, would you mind sampling your selections here and now? It's been a long time since we are newcomers and I love to see your actions. What the hell? Oh, bonne mère. Endwalker grape joke. Fuck! This is a great chance to learn about Alexandrian culture, then let's dig in. Oh, here I go. Dungeons and Dragons Dark Alliance. Let me Google that. Dungeon Dragoon Dark Alliance. Co-op action. Mixed. Stranger Paradise but D&D. Oh. Amazing! I never had any meat like this before. It's tender like chicken but flavorsome like chronique. And the spices give it just right amount of kick. I could eat this every day. Yay! Don't mind them, they're just happy to see your honest reaction. They're like stream viewers. And how about you? It's okay. It's pretty good. It's always such a pleasure, Matt. Thanks for humoring me. This does take me back, though it was chaotic when the people of Chile Lord first arrived. We endeavor to learn about one another and embrace our differences. Alright, what about you, Sven? Aren't you having something to eat too? What the fuck? I appreciate the thought, but I'm fine for now, thank you. Alright, what's your favorite food if you don't mind me asking? Your favorite food is Popeyes. My favorite food. Why do you wish to know this? Because I want to get to know you better, what else? I see why you're saying this. You have read too many Yuri fanfictions, I think. Between Uklamat and Sven. The more you know someone, the more you grow fond of them. That's what my old man believed, and my experiences have led me to believe the same. My favorite food. Is it such a difficult question? I'm sorry, just when I think of those who labor to bring us the food, I find I can settle on one thing. I thought I was indecisive, but you're something else. Dream Boom only started DT after he saw Sven Yuri, I'm sure. But I've never seen Sven in my life. Indecisive perhaps I am, but I really need to laugh about it. Little Mamulja. I saw a honeybee. Next will show you the residential sector, but it's in part so I can tend to personal matters. It's a visitation to be precise, and I believe it will be educational for you as well. Would the two of you mind accompanying me? Yes, so Cloak, we are in Fantasy Star Online. Wonderful, let me know when you have seen enough here when we make our way. Ready? Then let's head to the residential sector, it lies to the southwest. Well, there's fucking nobody, bro. They killed the Chaos Data Center. Oh, there's one person, we are so back. We are safe. A second person, okay. Yeah, can you tend to my shit? Okay. Look, do you know your way around Fantasy Star Online? He's gonna say no, I hate science fiction. I only play medieval fantasy. Sword and sorcery. Oh, coffee. This is Mosaic Cafe. Here you can buy drinks to enjoy while you relax. Chevalier FT. The seashell in the local tongue. Is there a story behind the name Mosaic? There is. In our continent, the races are named for stones. There's the Hewn, who resembles some Tonawota, the tall and graceful Eldite, and the diminutive and affable Milala. When they all gather here, they appear as a mosaic of colors. Firstly, the founder chooses to name the cafe. Yeah, that's nice. If they serve tacos here, it'd be perfect. Tacos? They should serve French tacos. That's the best kind of tacos. I know when you see someone from Latin America go to France and they see French tacos and they go ape shit. They go, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? We need to kill all French people right now. It's like, well, I'm sorry. We apologize to in behalf of my people. We'll make it happen once the rest of peace to Liolol. Right, let's continue on. It's just Lyon? Okay, let's nuke Lyon then. I ate a lot of it in Paris. But it was basically the big thing before Tasty Krusty. They make up some new fast food fads every year. Master Pelé. This place looks nice. No. Have you eaten these tacos before? For Lamati to recommend them so highly, they must be delicious indeed. Nuke Lyon in America. Lyon first. Nah, I'm not interested in going to Fat Fest. I'm kind of whatever about conventions. I'm like, after 2 hours I get bored, bro. Just about all Alexandrians have apartments here. Here to visit some people. The apartment is in buildings on the left here at horizontal radius 914. This does look sick. Hope I'm enough of a fanboy to have fun the whole week, yeah. I'm sure there's people from my guild going into FanFest. I didn't ask. So, yeah. This is the lobby. What does that machine there do? The concierge will look after the residents, and if you require assistance or questions, they will be glad to assist. Your personal concierge, okay. Can anyone live in this place? Naturally, in fact, many of our countrymen make their homes here. No matter your origin or race, occupation or regulatory usage, all Alexandrian citizens are eligible for an apartment. Piano and Pramal's concerts, yeah, this would be good. This is the place I'm over and sun live here. Okay. Hello, Isadora. Your Majesty, you came. Have friends with me today, is that alright? Of course, friends of the Queen are friends of ours. Please make yourselves at home. How has Milos been? There's been no change, but the symptoms are thankfully mild today. That's the sun. Hello, Milos, have you missed me? My son was born with Levin sickness, a severe etheric imbalance towards lightning. As a result, he suffers from paralysis. He cannot walk and struggles to speak. For a blessing, he still has his hearing, and even on bad days, he can communicate with his eyes. I see, Sphine visits often, does she? She does. Milos simply adores her. He sometimes even manages a smile when she's here. Oh. What of yourself, Isadora? How are you holding up? You needn't worry about me, Your Majesty. You always make time for us and we have everything we need. If we bring this guy to Tliolol, he must be like safe from like the thunder. Right? He should get better now. I'm glad to hear that, but you mustn't strain yourself, understood? There is nothing you can do for him, perhaps a treatment with souls, though. Unfortunately, no. While souls can revive those who have met with an accident, they cannot reverse the effects of old age and illness. Truth be told, many children are born like Milos. The illness existed for generations, we've been unable to find a cure. The cause is quite clear, though. The excess lightning in the environment. It's no coincidence the number of cases has risen dramatically these past 30 years. Bring them to Tliolol. It's all my fault. Huh. What was that? What did you say? What did you say? I'm sorry, Isadora, but I must be going. I promise to make it a proper visit next time, with treats to share. There's no need to apologize, Your Majesty. If it weren't for you, Milos and I wouldn't still be here. Thank you, Queen Sphine. It's my pleasure, Milos. I'll be back soon, so be a good boy for your mother and for me. Maybe in the past, in the post MSQ patches will help this guy. We'll bring him to Tliolol or something. You know? My thanks for accompanying me on this visit. The illness is a part of life in Alexandria, and I thought that you should know about it. We'll find a cure one day, mark my words. We'll make it so unfortunate children like Milos smile again. Well, let's continue the tour, shall we? Look, you obviously have duties to attend to, citizens to look after. We can stop here if you like. No, I do this because I want to, so please do not worry. Next, I should know one of the district's most vital facilities, a place called Resolution. To reach it, we need to go by the way of Lane Node 9, where the FFXIV is situated. Okay. We'll take this one and then we'll go here. Tobacco Jajasker. This might actually be the way to go. Oh, this looks very good. What the fuck? Just leave me, I got absolutely fleeced today. What the fuck happened to him? Zzz. Sweet, sweet coffee. Okay, so another residential district. Shoja Hefka. Gonna make the most of my day off. What a wonderful day. This breeze is so refreshing, right? Things have gotten a little fraught at work lately. Managing the expectation of a whole team can be tricky indeed. Okay. Fucking office talk, bro. I tell you, the commute from here to work is enough to take it out of me, which is why I take every opportunity I can to unwind and appreciate the greenery. I guess we don't sell angel snacks here. What? I don't remember tuning to this place, but... Oh, that's where you start. No, you did. Angel snacks. You know what? Oh, there's a whole ass thing here, okay. We might as well. Ubu. What do you do here? I'm a simple mover and housekeeper here in the city. Well, since my children were evaded government positions and promptly flew the nest, there's not a whole lot of mothering left to do. Since I retired, I seem to have altogether too much time on my hands, so while away the days chatting with passers-by such as yourself. The place is known as Solution 9, an impressively large feat of engineering, even when compared to Everkeep's 11 other levels. The city is home to all sorts of facilities, civic advisory services, bustling markets, countless shops and retailers, the list goes on. Partly, there's even a sector where you can find less beneficial goods, either way for we citizens are narrowly a problem that lacks a solution, hence the name. The cleaners do a marvelous job of keeping the streets tidy and all our needs are met. Solution 9 really is a spectacular place to live. Perhaps you consider making the city your home too. Okay. I got whisked. There's a parking lot. Oh, it's over. Wow. Yo, this looks so good. That wouldn't happen to be a sightseeing log, would it? Well, that's your sister now, she's old as fuck because... Oh. Because she's in here. Milif, not a sound I haven't heard in a good long time, my dearest SB. She's my twin sister, you see, and I haven't seen her for 40 long years, not since I was swapped during my exploration of Yasulani. Brings me great joy to know she's well. Pardon me for asking, but might I see the note she added to your log? Sure did make such broad strokes of our lettering. Here. I've added my own notes. Some of the information may seem improbable at best, but I believe there is truth in every entry. Why younger would set out in search of these fantastic sights myself, but alas, my body can no longer endure such travels. Though thanks to you, I feel lighter than I have in age. If there is one thing I should wish, it is to see my sister again before I die. There is so much I would share with her. But you have better things to attend to than another woman's musings. Take care, kind adventurer, and may your journey lead to vistas both bright and forgettable. Damn, 30 years have passed. You ever tried that stuff they make on level 4? Tu cheated steak, you're not sure how I feel about it. Tu avais got a bombe energy drink. Holy, that's a GPU! They're toting us with GPUs because they know we cannot buy one anymore. Such a number when you're buying booze. If it's a soft drink you're after, use the vending machines next to a store. That's for the whole country now, exactly. That space is nuts. Well, what the hell? Gotta be something to do around here. All the way to one of the other levels. Oh, good idea, we can check out the nature restoration sector. Bloody vending machine, give me back my money! All people are the same. You gotta let me off the hook. Dude, he's getting like... Not a chill to get our money! Tu regrettes messing with me, Lalas. Dude, he's getting like... a shakedown from Lalas, bro. Shanked by Lalas. God. But the cocktail I don't know how to make, and if you ain't fond of the hard stuff, that ain't a problem. I'll soon whip you something up, so what it'll be. So I tuned to this one, so there's another one like far here. Holy. Yeah, they went crazy for this place. Neonstein. Wait, is this even where we were supposed to meet? Fashionable Elezen. Easy now, gotta make this look natural. The biker gang. Oh, this have her zooming along. A year more frost, but how? Don't get me wrong, Monob is a brilliant mechanic and popular with customers, but he won't know good business sense if it's slapped him on the face. Take his latest invention, a rainbow-colored propulsion system. Who's gonna buy something like that? Me? Oh, they found each other. So I'm late, that girl was asking for directions. That's not what it looked like from here. Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo-doo. Arcadion. Oh shit. Let's go for here. Is the arcade never gonna reopen? Not with war going on, that's for sure. I tell you, my man is such a warrior. I have earned this. Forget about him, we're here to have fun. Oh. Girls' night out. Yo, Cactua. Philoboon. Never guess what turned up in the cave the other day. A critter that goes squeal, don't be daft. This is a great looking place. Must have spent a shit ton of time making this. It's also so massive for some reason. Too bad this game killed the Chaos Data Center, so there's no players anymore. Okay, so this is what I'm missing. Imagine going through this on PS4. The film was got 15 FPS. Sacrifice into the cloud. Yeah, pretty much. In the light data center, they moved. Don't tell me we choose that now. The conveyor ahead will transport you to the government sector where the solution is located. The markings on the conveyor indicate the direction and they appear just like it on the other side. Is it safe? Extremely, there's no need to be afraid. Who said I was afraid? Come on, then. Shitting her pants. Yay! To make up for it, you can buy the coffees. You have attuned yourself to all the Ethernet shards in Solution 9. But if you moved here, we would see each other all the time. I know, the keep just isn't for me though. And here we are, Resolution, the operational heart of Solution 9. From Resolution, we oversee the running of a district and provide essential service to citizens, such as welfare support and job introductions. Oh merde, Pôle emploi.
Strange contraptions everywhere you look. What's that?
An infusion station. It dispenses souls in exchange for credits. Through hard work, citizens can obtain the peace of mind provided by spare souls. It's the way of life for Alexandrians and has been for quite some time. But I imagine it must be difficult for outsiders to comprehend.
That's putting it lightly. To be honest, it sounds disturbing. Still, I won't dismiss it out of hand. Practices like these don't arise from nothing. There's a reason why your culture is the way it is, and I'd like to understand. Won't you tell us some of your realm's history?
Very well. Be warned, though, that it may take a while. In the distant past, over 1,000 years ago, it's said, lightning energy began to swell in our world. According to ancient records that date back around 8 centuries, the rainy season spanned a quarter of the year, during which time severe thunderstorms ravaged the land. 4 centuries later, this season had lengthened to nearly half the year. The trend continued, with our ancestors spending longer and longer languishing beneath storm clouds. Crops failed and livestock starved. But amidst this growing desperation, a miraculous material was discovered that promised salvation: electrope.
The stuff that's used everywhere here.
Indeed. One day, when out inspecting a forest after lightning had caused a fire, a villager came upon a curious black ore none had seen before. Testing revealed that the ore possessed a singular property. It could store lightning and convert it to other energies. In that instant, the scourge of endless storms became a blessing. Dubbed electrope, the ore found use in myriad inventions and dramatically improved people's lives. So much so, in fact, that all nations soon became dependent upon it, despite the difficulty of obtaining it in quantity. Supply was chronically scarce, and when nations couldn't meet their needs with their own deposits, some resorted to taking electrope from others. Fighting was isolated and sporadic until electrope came to be used in warfare, first in the weaponry of invaders, then in the countermeasures of defenders, and then in every aspect of combat where an advantage might be had. This served only to exacerbate the ore shortage, leading to further escalation. Before long, the entire world was engulfed in a terrible war known as the Storm Surge. As the war came to a head, Alexandria's neighbor Lindblum committed its stores of electrope to the production of a weapon of mass destruction. They deployed it on the front lines and triggered a calamity of frightful magnitude. Not even their own scientists had anticipated the force of the lightning that was unleashed. The energy inundated the entire continent, laying it to waste.
So that's how your world came to be this way.
You truly know a great many things that I don't. I should like to learn about you too sometime.
I'm just
to continue the
lonely
tale,
adventurer.
the people of Alexandria had already lost much to the war. They lost almost everything else to the Levin. Those who survived bore deep scars, tormented by the memory of loved ones taken too soon. Though they yet lived, the cruel spectre of death was with them always. Seeking a solution, our scientists turned once more to electrope, and after extensive research, they developed the means to preserve memory and soul. Physical death isn't the end. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. This belief sustained us then, and it sustains us now, granting us comfort.
That's quite a tale.
Your Majesty, help me! I beg you, help me!
What's the matter?
I've got no souls left. Not a single one! But the lot at Soul Supply refused to give me any!
Ah, boom!
Please, you must do something!
Get to work, bitch!
My apologies, Your Majesty. This man, he does no work. Instead, he drinks his days away on Trueview. He has only himself to blame if he has no credits for souls.
Get a job!
That's not true! I'm a fighter at the Arcadian. Or rather, I was. I haven't been allowed to fight because of the King's decree. It isn't my choice.
Brocasse.
I see. You're a brave warrior of the arena.
A bum.
I want to help you, I sincerely do. But I cannot give you preferential treatment.
Then open up the Arcadian again, so I can fight!
I'm sorry, but that's not my decision to make. The king requires feral souls for war. He doesn't wish for them to be expended on amusements.
You're useless! A queen in naught but name!
Godoras.
Insolent wretch! How dare you take that tone with Her Majesty?
Let's snatch his soul.
Quite all right. Such things don't bother me, nor do I think ill of this man. Hear me. Though I cannot grant you a soul, I mean it when I say I want you to live. I love all of you equally, dearly. You are as family to me, and it pains me to see you deny yourself hope. I want you to find a happiness
It was scary.
all your own, even if you must grow it from the smallest seed of joy. Out there, somewhere, is a reason for you to smile again.
She's saying be happy, bro.
We all need to vent our frustrations from time to time.
Well, if she said this to me, I would go
always
shut the
be
fuck up.
willing to lend an ear.
Yes, Mum.
No way, it
Of course.
worked. It worked!
Even without a spare soul, I suppose I'm fine as long as I stay in Solution 9. I apologize for my rudeness.
I cannot believe this.
Good day to you.
I cannot believe this. She's sinister, bro. She's evil. Ontologically
Keep your
evil.
chin up, my friend. And when you feel better, I'm sure you'll find another way to apply your talents.
Come on, bro. What did I say?
I'm sorry you had to see that. Let's keep moving, shall we?
Oh.
Right. I believe we've visited all the main facilities. With that, I declare our tour concluded.
That man from before, does that sort of thing happen often?
Somewhat. It's unavoidable. Hardships are a fact of life. Our soul management system has sustained our realm for generations, but it isn't without flaws. For one, people have become accustomed to having spare souls. Without them, they feel vulnerable and anxious. Some claim it may also have contributed to a decline in births.
Just thinking out loud, but would it be possible to do away with the system?
No.
Okay.
I know it isn't easy to change one's beliefs and way of life. The Mamolja had their reasons for their reliance on blessed siblings.
She's gonna get mad.
Much as you have yours for souls. But if we defeated Zorolja, you'd be able to make all the decisions, right? Then we could work together to fix things. Restore your realm to where it belongs, and see where we can go from there.
Listen to me. There's something that I need to tell you.
What is it?
Actually, never mind. It's nothing of import.
Dang.
Well, it was lovely showing you around.
Of course. Of course. Thanks so much for the tour. We've learned not only about your realm, but you as well. For now, our priority is Aralja. But once we've dealt with him, perhaps I can return the favor and show you to Lihiolal.
I'd like that very much.
She's evil, bro. My guy knows. My War of Light knows something is up.
It seems I've no choice but to continue down this path. Forgive me, Val Wuklamat, but I must disappoint you.
What was Finn wanting to tell us, I wonder? Well, I can't wait for another time. We've been exploring for a while now. I should probably go to Kafkiwa's meeting point. Shit might be much more fucked than we think it is. It's gonna be dark. Thanks to our tour, I've become to better understand the lives of Alexandrians. They don't feel so strange and distant anymore. So we're supposed to go to a place called Trueview in the eastern sector. This conveyor out to take us there. You know, once you get used to it, they're actually kind of fun. Come on then, huh? Okay. This is the right place, you think? I don't see the others though. Well, rather than sitting and waiting, we might as well explore a bit more. I did check this place already. Huh, Denham, look over there. A little Mamuja. A Mamuja child, what are they doing here? He's zooming. They're so adorable. You notice too, right? The resemblance to Zoralja. Oh shit. The blue scales of Aboniwa were features of Ahubigo. This can't be a coincidence. At any rate, he would do to leave such a small child on their own. My man! No, come on, let's go after them. His name is Little Jar. It's a whole ass GPU, bro. RTX 5090. 20 gigs. Meanwhile, I only have a 3070, bro. I'm in the past. The Arcadion. Not open for business, I guess. Oh. What? I didn't see you there. Listen, will not mean you any harm, we just want to talk. It's a bit odd, don't you think? They're enough when you approach only to suddenly appear. Could it be you want to take us somewhere? Is that the way of it? You want us to follow you? Yes. So it is, alright then, lead the way! Oh, what the fuck? Wait. Let's see where they take us. Is this where you wanted to bring us? A bar. What is this place? If you're meant to relax here, it isn't working for me. Hey, what's your name? No. So you're still not inclined to talk. He'll only talk if he's completely comfortable with you. Yo, Bunny. You know him? After a fashion, but never mind that. How about something to wet your whistle? Adorable as you are, it's on the house. I can recommend our special, Her Majesty. I prepare one without liquor for the boy too. Thanks but no thanks. We're supposed to meet a friend named Kafkiwa. But we ran into the child on the way, and he led us here. Oh, so you're with Kafkiwa? Wow. They're calling security. I didn't do anything. In that case, go and have a chat with Big Tassos there. He'll show you to a fun place. We're getting shanked. What about him? I don't think he's in a mood to talk, so he can tend the bar with me. This has taken a turn for strange, but don't you think we're walking into a trap, do you? Let's do it anyway. Damn if this doesn't have suspicious written all over it. What about this child? This area is normally off limits, but Kafki was told us about you. Just follow the corridor and head into the room at the end. Let's go, then whatever happens, you won't catch me being surprised. That's the Resistance quarters.
Wonderful! They're here!
Okay.
We've only just arrived ourselves.
Amazing.
I bid you welcome to the back room. Oblivion's humble headquarters.
A hideout tucked behind a drinking hole. Brings back memories, doesn't it?
The Rising Stones.
Our members here are mainly creators and adapters. That is, scientists and engineers who specialize in electro. They use their skills to provide support to our field operatives. Geralt, Shale, be so kind as to give our friends an overview of your duties.
Geralt? What do you mean, Geralt? Huh?
Well, there's provisioning. Gotta have supplies to fight a good fight, ain't ya? Luckily, we got the tools to craft most of what we need.
I know you, Bo.
Gathering intelligence is another vital aspect of our work. Everkeep's core system is a veritable treasure trove of information. You just need to know how to get in and find it.
Shale.
We also handle surveillance and communications, watching the enemy's movements and coordinating our own. That sort of thing.
And among all our activities, we spend a fair bit of effort investigating preservation.
Preservation?
The organization credited with laying the foundations of electrope technology. From the soul management system to Everkeep's design, they're behind just about everything you see here. It'd be no exaggeration to say they made this realm what it is. But their magnum opus was without a doubt the power which was used to join Alexandria to Tural. Interdimensional fusion.
Said power isn't unlike my summoning technique and the magic within Azam's crystal. Yet, though the effect is localized, to be able to fuse realities. Even with my knowledge, I struggle to conceive how it could be possible.
Incidentally, the founders of our group, a husband and wife, were members of Preservation at one point. But they opposed the fusing of worlds, and so defected in order to prevent it.
While not entirely unexpected, given what we have seen, this is still quite the revelation.
By the by, that's an interesting earring you have there. A novel way of carrying a data storage device.
What?
Oh, you didn't know?
Oh, shit.
Well, as a precautionary measure against machine infiltration, we scan everyone as they enter. And when we scanned you, we detected a small quantity of electrope. Though it's been dressed up, that earring is a storage device and no mistake. Bought it from a shop here, did you?
No, it isn't bought, but inherited.
So these people sent you through the portal along with the earring?
Isn't the husband and wife
Do
who
you know
defected
Otis then?
their parents? Her parents?
Listen, Cryo. The husband and wife who founded our order. It's believed that they were Malala. Though we have no evidence at present, we can't rule out the possibility that they were your parents, or perhaps close relations.
God, I'm smart.
This I posit because they were the very individuals who spearheaded the research into interdimensional fusion. As traitors to preservation, they were relentlessly pursued. If they had a child they feared they couldn't keep safe, entrusting her to the people of another world might have been their best option.
My parents, the founders of Oblivion. Tell me everything you know about them, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. Anything and everything.
We don't even know their names, I'm afraid. In a bid to elude preservation's agents, we suspect they erased all trace of themselves. I'm sorry we couldn't be of more help. If you're interested though, you're welcome to review our accumulated data.
Can we check the data of the ring?
Yes, please. As an individual and member of my order both, I wish to learn as much as possible.
I should also like to peruse the data. Where the joining of realities is concerned, I may well be of service.
Of course. Feel free to peruse to your heart's content.
Thank you.
If you like, I can examine your earring. I have to say, the prospect that it belonged to our founders has me itching to take a look.
I dare say we have enough eyes to pore over your records. Is there any other way we might be productive?
Not right now. We're still waiting for Zoralja to make the next move.
In that case, Alice, would you mind accompanying me?
Gladly.
Oh, I've buggered it up again!
Never a moment's peace. Pay him no mind. I don't.
Oi! You two there! One of you give me a hand, would you? Don't matter who.
I just remembered I have matters to discuss with Shay.
You fucker. Why do you look like so much like Geralt, bro? Craft my relics right now. Well, you betrayed me, bro. Better you than me. Fuck off. By the way, you didn't know him before, did you? Don't see how you could, but for a moment there you were looking at him like you had seen a ghost. This is Geralt, but what's he doing here? Why is he not bald anymore? With contraptions. I can barely keep my eyes open. Now to upload the blueprints. Sorry you had to see my patience spilling over. Happens when you put your head and soul in craft, you know? And not to be well or not, but I felt a sense of kinship when I saw you. As if we've met in another life. And you know, as I was saying, I need someone to lend me a hand. I haven't slept for 2 nights now, not a single wink, and I'm wrapped to collapse. Can't afford to though, got folks relying on me, see? But then if I'm to keep at it, I need you to fetch me my favorite energy tonic. Boah, fuck. That voucher's good for 2 cans. One for yourself, by way of welcome. Can get the stuff at any old vending machine, though. You need to talk to a bloke named Philemon. You find him telling a bar into the main strip. Off you go now. What the fuck? It's like, hey, it's here. Here, I'm working on your table. So. Energy tonics you can get from vending machines. How do you suggest that I sell such unusual stuff? Away with you, don't come back. Got a voucher? Sip it to me then, nice and subtle. What is his problem? Oh, so waiting for Gernot. I can for him and I can for you, eh? All this for 2 Red Bull. Here you go, yours is formulated for beginners, gentler than full-strength stuff. Rodina Consortium, oh my god. A consortium. Like Rowena. You join the tonic in a single pool. Hey, now that's how you do it. You pause that to quicken soon, and after which you start to see everything more clearly. And then finally you feel a roaring surge of energy. People say it's like growing a pair of rainbow wings. Bon. What the fuck? What in the hell? I'm rainbow. Is it just me or there are rainbows in your eyes? I have the same dead eyes. Let's see something here. What the hell? Ah, that's the stuff. Ain't nothing like it to blow the cobwebs right out. With a great big kaboom! Awakens something feral in me, it does. Transfers me into a remorseless beast what won't stop till it's done what it was born to do. And can I have the same? Any road, sorry for sending you off and around like that, I just can't concentrate for the new tonic, you know? And the pile of work only ever gets bigger. Speaking of which, I better get back to it. Those weapons and tools anyway to enhance themselves. Okay.
I've been meaning to ask about that Mamulja child. Could he be...
Yes. In all likelihood, he's Zoralja's son.
My man!
So you think so too? But what is he doing here?
He was abandoned, the poor dear. We found him in the drift downs a few years ago.
To think he'd cast aside his child.
We can't say for certain who he was born to, or why he was on his own. But he's a blue-scaled Hubigo, and Zoralja is the only other one around. That being the case, everyone assumes they're father and son. Even the boy has put 2 and 2 together. This all happened when he was very little, so he has no recollection of his parents. It breaks my heart.
Doesn't matter, I'm still killing Zoralja, bro.
What's his name?
Gulja.
Oh shit.
It was my hope that he'd grow up to be a man of principle, like his grandfather.
It's a fine name.
I should mention that the boy is a little unusual.
Adopt him. Buklamat.
At first, I intended to raise him as my own. But just when I thought he was warming to me, he suddenly disappeared. We searched high and low for several days. And where should he turn up? But in the wilds near Everkeep.
What? It's a miracle he didn't fall prey to fiends.
See? That's another unusual thing. Creatures don't seem to attack him. He could pick his way through the Thunder Yards as if he were on...
Hello Senagi, how's it going?
On making inquiries, we learned that he had been living alone and receiving food from the people of the outskirts.
We're getting to the good stuff.
This became something of a pattern. We track him down and bring him back, only for him to disappear again within a matter of days. He would return to the wilds without fail, and once again rely on the kindness of strangers to survive. Finally, I took the hint and left him be, giving him the solitude he prefers, and lending a hand only when he explicitly asks.
Friend Mother's Day if your mom. Hell yeah.
Is Zoralja's child. That makes him my nephew. Assuming he's willing,
Nephew?
I'd be glad to take him in like Papa did for me.
Hell yeah.
But seeing as I'm here to kill his father, I don't know if it would be right.
Who was that?
Man, the kid heard it, bro.
Oh dear. It's Galulja.
Don't tell me he heard everything.
This is my fault. I asked that he be kept away, but I should have taken more precautions.
I'm going after him. I need to explain.
Wait,
Ah, shit.
Lamati. I understand your haste, but it'd be best to coordinate a search. Kakiwa, do you have any idea where he might go?
There's no telling, I'm afraid. He could as easily be outside the tower as here in Solution 9.
If those who can fight would search below, my mother and I will scour the district.
Sounds like a plan. Let's get to it.
I don't care, I'm killing his dad anyway. Regardless of our circumstances, Zoralja is Galulja's father. The boy is bound to be confused. Ugh. Galulja. Little footfalls. Agreed, while Kral and Hara continue reviewing the data, the three of us should devote ourselves to the search. Should have taken the FFXIV, but whatever. Hello, Mine, how's it going? Hello, hello. Yeah, I saw the PC port. I tried a little bit. It's quite good. Very faithful to the original, I think. The GameCube game, I mean. I do want to play the game. It's gonna be hype when I get to it. Well, here we are outside, but where do we begin? Perhaps someone has caught sight of Gululja. Let's make inquiries nearby. Good idea. Could you handle the outskirts, Alize? In the meantime, then I will be heading beyond that big wall. Oh yeah, that's this side. (180 FPS). I tried a little bit, but it seems like it's like interpolated animations. So when I tried at 120 FPS, it felt like too. The animations didn't feel like it felt weird. So I thought 60 FPS is like the best middle ground for me. But if you don't mind, it's fine. Just a matter of personal preference. Gululja doesn't appear to be in the area, however you catch sight of a group of people a short distance to the southwest. You spotted those people too, yes? Perhaps they've seen something common. A reforger. Dusk. I don't know what is Courage Reborn. I didn't know there was another version. Footfalls. Gululja isn't here. You know the boy, have you seen him? Oh, forgive me, I didn't know you were. No offense taken. My name is Tapu. My eyes may be useless, but my ears are sharper for it. I can recognize people by their footfalls, including Gululja. So he didn't come this way. Where in the world could he be? I don't know your voices. Who are you to Gululja and why do you search for him? I am family, but we're not related by blood. His father is my brother. I only just met Gululja and we'll have another chance to talk properly. But I'm about to do something that will make him hate me, and I wanted the chance to explain. His father is your brother, then that means you're... Yes, I'm Uklamat, Vov Resolve of Tuleyolol. And I've journeyed here to bring my brother Zoralja to account for murdering our people and our father. When all is said and done, Gululja may want nothing to do with me. Nonetheless, I'll always consider him family. I'll always be there for him, and I want him to know that. How different is Courage Reborn? It tears you apart to do what you must. The quiver in your voice tells the tale. Gululja was headed south. There he has a place that is as close to a home as he knows. Find and bear your heart to him. Should he in turn bear his heart to you, accept and respect his wishes, as Queen Sphina respected ours when she granted us a place in her realm. I will, don't worry. But what do you mean when you say Sphina respected your wishes? Out of concern for our well-being, Her Majesty had urged us to reside inside Everkeep. When we declined, not only did she gracefully accept our decision, she granted us the necessary supplies to make our home here. And since then she has paid us regular visits to see how we fare. That sounds like Sphina, right? Well, thanks for telling me about Gululja. I'll find him and when we'll have a good talk. We continue south, it seems. Let's keep our eyes peeled as we make our way. Guloja appears to prefer solitude, but deep down he's lonely. Small wonder given his abandonment. Take good care of him, will you? I myself am quite fond of the boy. What the fuck? It's a town. And half of it is submerged. The architecture looks nothing like what we've seen so far. It's more Charlayan. You fart into a volcano, it's okay. Happens to the best of us. And there he is among the ruins. I only caught a glimpse, but there's no mistaking the tiny silhouette. Let's hurry after him. It'd be a disaster if a building collapsed while he's inside. I only saw him for a moment before he disappeared behind the building, but I'm pretty sure Gululja was heading further south. I'll contact Alize and Nickper and let her know to join us. What does this mean? Like, that's such like a fascinating place, I guess. Archeo Alexandria. Yeah, this side of the zone is gutted. Really? Oh no, a stealth mission. Well done, for. Oh dear. I don't know much about the new Lego Batman, but it looked cool, right? It's open world and shit. You saw me try Lego Star Wars on PS2. Well, it was kinda... not my cup of tea, I guess. I feel like it's more like for co-op with friends. when you're like 12. Covers all the movies. Which movies? Like all of them? Phew. Duty complete. Okay, all mine. That's kinda cool.
He's come a long way on such short legs. It's a relief he didn't get hurt.
What's here, I wonder? So he's looking after those little ones.
Gululja.
Not another step!
What? A sentry?
Holy.
Run, Gululja, run!
You know the boy. Who are you? And what do you want?
My name is Wuklamat, and I've come to talk to Gululja.
Is that so?
I'm sorry if I scared you. I want to get to know you better. That's all.
And you, my boy, do you wish to speak with them?
I heard them talking. She said she's going to kill my father.
Villains! I will deal with them forthwith!
But... I want to get to know her too.
Good kid.
I see. If that is your desire, then I shall stand aside.
All right then. Let's talk, you and I. Lots. But, who's the ancient-looking and articulate machine?
If I look ancient, it is because I am. This has been my vessel for no less than 380 years.
Damn.
Vessel?
Otis is my friend. When I was hungry and sad, he came and looked after me. He cooks for me and teaches me all kinds of things. Like how to read and write and not be noticed by dangerous creatures.
This machine cooks for you.
And teaches you about fiends. What is he exactly?
Ah! How remiss of me. I had neglected to introduce myself. Sir Otis Valona, Lord Captain of the Royal Knights of Alexandria. At your service.
You're captain of the knights?
And there I thought it was Kululja with whom you wish to speak. Not that I'm averse to taking a walk down memory lane. But ere I regale you, we must take our repast.
A meal. Here. I hate to turn down food, but I'd prefer to have this conversation in the back room.
The back rooms?
Please, I'm really hungry.
Well, if he said please, then we have to do it.
All right. A repast it is.
She's going to spoil her nephew silly. I'll send word to Erenville so the others can stop worrying.
Now, if I might prevail upon your assistance, I shall whip up my most delectable specialty.
Little Mamujas are like so adorable, bro. It's crazy. To all the most enjoyable meals are those we make together. We're happy to pitch in, of course. What ingredients did you have in mind? First of all, some yam and pumpkin. The people of Outskirts should be willing to share the harvest. If you and Glorja could go and speak to them. Sure, I'll ask for a cast of stew as usual. As for Denham and Alize, I would be obliged if you could procure some woolback meat. The creatures can be found grazing on the slopes outside of town. As beef is less readily available, their flesh makes for a good substitute. That of the younger ones especially, as it is more tender and less gamey. Consider it done, we'll be back with the meat before you know it. Thank you kindly, in the meantime I shall see to our preparations. Okay, so this kid has like a robot guardian angel. What the fuck? So if this is the ruins of Alexandria, her kingdom has been like fucking destroyed. Ah, it was because of a fight that they had with against Lindblom, right? Whoever delivers the meat first is the winner. I need to go to a bathroom. I'm not sure I'm going to stream for a long time, but like, I just need to go to a bathroom first. I'll be back in a second. I'm back. I opened Twitter for 2 seconds and I realized that everyone is insane now. Everyone has turned insane beyond belief. This place is done for. Like even more done for than it was before. There's actually nothing to save. Guardian from FF11? Look, there are a lot of FF11 models reused. They still reuse them, as is, you know? The same textures from like 2003. Maybe I was muted. Sorry, I was muted. I wanted to say, yeah, the same texture from 2003. They reuse models from FF11. When I say they break in their portion, we shall have a glorious bounty to satisfy growing younglings like yourselves. Well, you have seen the Mamutja, the two-headed lizard. It's from FF11 too, right? Oh yeah, they used models from FF13 and FF12 also. I don't think I've seen them reuse models from FF10. Maybe they did. If Otis dies, I'm uninstalling the game. I'm just telling you right now. Ahead of time. I don't care that he's just a robot. He's my robot now. He's my friend. Mandragoras show up in FF12 and also here. They have a ton of Mandragora types. Yeah. In a Kongao. Ouch. Stop shooting me! There's an entire FF11 Alliance raid in FF14. I think you fight Absolute Virtue with like 24 other people. 23, I guess. With you. Well, excluding you. You also fight Shantoto, I think. I saw Shantoto. You fight her in a fight. Mandragoras in base, you fuck you up. There are also little bunnies in FF12, but I don't know if it comes from FF11. But they don't kill you. They give you some buffs if you're nearby. They're like fluffy little bunnies. In FF12 there's a fight against like 5 Mandragoras at the same time. And they actually fuck you up. Et it's like mandatory to progress the story. This converts to fire. It's absorbs of lightning, so we should be able to kindle a flame easily. Thank you, Demon. Makes me happy to see Guruja happy. With apologies to Renville in Cry, let's enjoy the meal. Oh, it's not voice acted, but I was eating. They're the kind of things families do, Guruja. You have meals together and talk about what's on your minds. On our minds. So you ate with your father? Yes, with them and my brothers. It was mostly the head of Resolve. And I doing the talking, though. Koana and the head of Reason occasionally joined in, and Zoralja spoke when he was spoken to. You said that you have 2 papas. Does this mean one is yours and the other is my father's? No, both are our father. He's what people call blessed siblings, a Mamuja with 2 heads. The Zoralja is his true-born child, while Koana and I were adopted and don't share the same blood. But that doesn't make us any less of a family. What matters is that our hearts are connected. The head of Resolve taught me that. Family. Do you have someone like that too? A person you think is family, even though you don't share the same blood? That's a good question. What about you? I do, and they're very dear to me. Who is family? Huh? Who could be family? The Scions are my family. I'd like to meet them one day. So Guruja, I'm hoping that we could be family, you and I. Would you tell me about yourself? You really want to know about me? I do, I want to know all about you, the things you love, the things you hate, anything and everything. Why is this not voice acted? I want to know all about you too. That reminds me, we were hoping to hear your story too, Otis. As you wish. Before one, that mine is a tale that will be long in recounting. It was before lightning had altered the world that I was appointed Lord Captain of the Royal Knights. We're talking hundreds of years prior to a calamity, right? Indeed, earlier still than when I assumed this mechanical form, 454 years ago to be precise. That he used to be a normal person. Oh yes, I was once flesh and blood like you, and I proudly served as a Knight of Alexandria. So rather than a machine that behaves like a person, you are an actual person? How is this possible? It's only natural that you are confused. Hear my tale to the end and all shall become clear. The foremost duty of the Royal Knights was the protection of the royal family. In my time, that was Her Majesties the King and Queen and their only child, Her Highness the Princess. By then, every nation of our star was embroiled in some manner of conflict over Electrop. First was our kingdom drawn into a war with its neighbor, Lindblom. That was the catalyst for the great calamity that altered the environment. Countless countrymen lost their lives amidst the chaos, the king and queen among them. For a blessing, we were able to protect the princess, who then rose to the occasion and brought hope to her people in those trying times. So kind-hearted was our young queen that, at her behest, we even took in refugees from the enemy nation. But sadly, her reign was cut short. Like many others, her body had been ravaged by lightning, and one day she collapsed and passed away. How tragic. Hey, Nari was there a citizen whose eyes remained dry, and many a moon was spent constructing a great tomb worthy of her memory. Yet I clung to hope still, for while Her Majesty was on her deathbed, the kingdom's finest scientists had successfully extracted her soul. Did we hear that right? Extracted her soul. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we may live on. This age-old belief we had always comforted our people. But as casualties mounted in the wake of the calamity, we sought to make it into reality through the power of Electrop. In time, we succeeded in developing the means to preserve the soul. It was used to spare the Queen eternal death. Yet it wasn't enough to simply prevent the soul's departure, for the ultimate goal was to recreate a person as their own life, and this required that their memories be further extracted from their soul. Okay. It took many more years of research to make this possible, by which time I had become a grey old man. With my days numbered, I did not hesitate to volunteer myself as a test subject for a procedure. So it was that I attained this vessel, and by my successful rebirth I paved the way for those who are recreated from the memories of the departed. The Endless, they are called. If your tale is true, then the queen that your people brought back to life. Sphene! Sphene! Wouldn't be Sphene, would it? Oh, so you know Her Majesty as well. My description of her boundless kindness must have paled in comparison to what you felt in her presence. Haven't met her myself, I confess, not since assuming my current form. Would want to frighten the living daylights out of her. Ha ha ha. Well, this cooking is not funny anymore. It's actually kinda sinister. The Endless, so all this time, Sphene wasn't alive. She lives, yet she does not. This admittedly a difficult distinction to make. Having inherited the memories of a departed soul, an endless fears, thinks and acts precisely as that person would. In that sense, I believe they are alive. The Alexandrians know about this, right? Can have gone unnoticed that Sphene is perpetually youthful. No one really knows about the Endless. People who are regulators don't even think about death. Everyone sees that the Queen doesn't change, but they just accept it. To them, it's just who she is. Are the people that ever keep Endless too? Well, there should be as many Endless as those who have died. I believe they are limited in where they can exist. Queen Sphene is unique in her ability to appear before you. Strictly speaking, I myself am not an Endless. They are created using memories extracted from my soul, but my entire soul was placed inside a machine. Being inside a machine makes you different how? While I do not understand the finer points, my life is bound to this vessel. If it breaks down, then it will be over for me, much like a being of flesh and blood, hardly an endless, unchanging life. I'm sure you'll agree. An endless, unchanging life. I can't help but be reminded of Ea, oh yeah, and Walker. Did Kafkiwa and the others know about all this? Considering their extensive intelligence gathering, I'd be surprised if they didn't. For now, let's share what we've learned with Kyle and Hara. I can't help but have misgivings about this. Alize's bigoted bar. She cannot accept different cultures, bro.
Nahe, is that you?
Good gods, Ellen Nespia! It's been too long, my friend. Where have you been all these years? What have you been doing with yourself? Hold on. They say Queen Sphene has guests from outside the barrier. That's you, I gather?
It seems so. I'm looking for my mother. Do you know where she is?
Your mother? Sorry, but what was she like again?
What? It's Kafkiwa. You know, the one who was too adventurous by half? Who journeyed with the Dawn Servant?
It's not ringing any bells.
Oh.
You can't be serious. Ours was a tiny little village. Surely you remember her.
I really don't. It's all a blank.
Is anyone else here from the village?
Hey!
Huh? Ellen Nespia?
I'm looking for Kafkiwa. Where is she?
What's this all of a sudden? Who's Kafkiwa?
This cannot be.
Oh shit.
The memories of the departed are taken away.
But the Eredville subplot is like Silent Hill, bro.
Nespia, where are you? The others will be here soon, so hurry back, won't you? Do you hear me? Say something, would you?
Oh shit. She's dead. Above all, I'm glad that you and I could talk, Guluja. We're going to get along great, I just know it. You think so? I'm happy for you, my boy. Now then, I presume you will be returning to Everkeep. I mean to accompany you at least a part of the way. So all of this was like some kind of trap? Yeah, but Sphene, it doesn't matter if she's an endless, whether she's alive like you or me or not. I've seen enough to know that she has a good heart. What worries me is the burden she bears. We still don't know what it is. I think she can tell us, not with Zoralja watching. But at the very least, I'd like to know what the endless are to her. Sorry, I didn't mean to delay us. I just felt the urge to share my thoughts with you. Oh, and on the way back, let's make a quick stop at the Drift Towns. I want to tell Tapu how it went. I think shit might be fucked a little. There's a conspiracy going on. Kafkiwa is dead. Man, Erenville is literally going through Silent Hill right now. Everything's fucked. Oh! FFXIV. What do you mean? They're going to make changes in the next expansion. And at least that's the biggest shake-up is going to be for the series, for the game, I mean. Oh, you are returned. Were you able to find Guloja? We were, thanks to you. All's well with the boy. I'm relieved to hear that. And to know that he has family who worries for him. Guloja too must be glad. I hope so. I'll try not to rush or force anything though. It's for him to decide what I am to him. My, what a pleasant surprise it is to meet you in these parts. Sphine? I'm scared of you. Get away from me. Sphine, what are you doing here? Visiting my people. Are you doing the same perchance? I suppose we are, yes? The public zones, the PvE zones are kinda whatever in this game. Once you go through them through the story, you only go back for like hunts and crafting and gathering, I guess. Fishing. Everything is instanced. Everything of note is instanced in this game. But they're apparently making big changes for the next expansion. To make it more engaging. We'll see. So you know about the Endless. While we may not discuss it openly... Wait, did I even fucking read? Oh yeah. We may not discuss it openly, but people who have surely noticed that I haven't changed for hundreds of years. I made no attempt to conceal my nature. If I may ask, who was it that told you about the Endless? Only a few should be familiar with the concept. I'm afraid I can't say. I bear no ill will toward this Mr. Individual, lest it be that you're concerned. I'm merely curious. Tell me, Sphine, you care for your people, that much is plain, and I assume you care for the Endless too. Earlier, Neverkeep was something they wanted to tell us. Was it to do with them? The Endless are dear to me as my living citizens. They are as much my family. But they can only be sustained by meeting certain exacting requirements. Thus far we managed to do so, but should more people die, I fear we will be pushed beyond our limits. Their preservation demands vast amounts of energy. Energy? I want to understand the workings of it all, but if there's something we can do to help, then... Would you be willing to become Alexandrian citizens? What? I have my nation, my people to protect. I can't just become Alexandrian? Indeed, I suppose you cannot. First you tell us to make peace, then you tell us to go home. What exactly is it that you want? The same as you, of course, to protect my people. Tell us more about the energy the Endless need. That I cannot say. I do not ask that you understand or like me, but I wish. I guess they need souls. They sacrifice souls to persist. I wish we had it born on the same side of it. Why is it not voice acted? I don't understand. Super important cutscenes, they don't fucking voice act, Isaac. Damn it. Well, I think we've kept everyone waiting long enough. Let's continue on to Everkeep. And let's not tell Otis about our conversation with Finn. I don't want to risk causing him pain. Well, pretty much every cutscene with Bakul Jaja was voice acted, but did they forget? Alright. Oops. Wrong button. What? Eating together was fun. I hope we can do it again. Now that happened, the important thing is Guloja is safe and well. Kafkiwa has been worried, so let's hurry back. I've gone ahead and apologized for us.
Why don't you come with us? You might get to see Sphene.
Ah, 'tis a magnanimous and much appreciated offer, but I must decline. A part of me longs for an audience with Her Majesty, it is true. Yet, though it be in my previous life, I failed to protect my queen.
Is he like Steiner?
I couldn't bear to show my face before her. And such an uncomely one besides.
All right. If that's how you feel, we won't force you. But rest assured, we'll visit with Guloja, and we hope you'll cook for us again.
It would be my pleasure. You are welcome to bring other comrades should you so desire. The more the merrier.
I've been looking all over for you.
What?
Nostalgia, was it? What's the matter?
It's Zeralja. He marches to Vanguard.
So he's done waiting. But why weren't we alerted sooner?
Our transmissions are being jammed. The lookouts couldn't get through to us.
This sounds like a scam.
Ayakwe is at Vanguard too, but I can't reach her. What are we to do?
Stay calm. Kafkiwa has yet to be alerted, yes? Take her to the back room as fast as you can.
Our link pearls may still work. I'll try contacting those in Tuliolo.
Otis, I need you to keep Guloja safe.
You needn't ask.
I want to go with you.
Absolutely not. A battle's no place for you.
Guloja, the people of the outskirts must be evacuated. For this crucial task, I require your assistance. Remember, when battle is at hand, anything can happen. Caution is as valuable as any blade.
Yes, sir.
I managed to get hold of Alphano. He'll inform Kona.
Good. How's the situation in Tulichola?
There's nothing to worry about, or so my brother assured me. With such short notice, though, I doubt they'll be fully prepared.
They'll be ready, I'm sure of it. The vow of reason is not to be underestimated. I'm coming, Sorolja. And we will finish this once and for all.
Until this expansion, they were kind of presented as like murderous, you know? Kinda. But in this part of the world, they have their own civilization. But the Mamulja we're fighting is like super evil. He's basically the bad guy of this expansion so far. But his father was the king of this place, and he was a good guy. So now it's much more, you know, like there's Mamuljas of all kind now. You have to hold Zoralja, and I know exactly how to do that. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. Oh shit! Oh son! Is it time? Get the popcorn. Before we get going, I have a request to make of you. When we confront Zoralja, you must let me face him alone. What? No, that's far too dangerous. Why put you at such risk if you don't have to? We have two priorities. The first is to hold Zoralja within the dome and protect Juliolol. The second is to free Wayakwe if she's been captured. To make sure we succeed, I need to play the worthy foe for Zoralja. If I come at him with help, he'll likely lose interest and proceed with his attack on the city. That's why it needs to be a duel. Even if Juliolol is better prepared this time, it's true that it would be best to avoid another battle. And failing that, we might at least weaken Zoralja. Rest assured I'm not going into this without a strategy. Our time in the dome has given us invaluable insights into Alexandrian culture. The use of regulators for one. The secret to Zoralja's strength. Then you mean to? That's right, if I destroy his regulator, he'll be unable to draw upon souls. We'll see how much he wants that duel after that. So will you leave Zoralja to me? Oh, she literally said leave Jiren to me. We believe in you, Lamati. Thank you, Denham. It's true that this is your fight, and how you choose to handle it is your decision. But if we see you struggling or Zoralja attempt to call upon his minions, we will go to your head. Fair enough. Knowing you'll be there, I can give it my all. Together with Koana, I'll keep Juliolol safe. It's going down, son. Oh shit, okay.
Zoralja!
Hello.
You disappoint me, Uklamat. We are foes, yet you had my admiration for defeating Father and claiming the throne. But instead of coming for me, you gallivant with the resistance. Do I intimidate you?
I am here, brother. I did not run nor hide. I have come to kill you. Let her go. Your quarrel is with me.
And will you settle it one-on-one, or call upon all and sundry yet again? Not that it would make any difference.
Oh shit.
No. Like Papa did, I'll face you alone.
Really? You believe you stand a chance? Have you forgotten how it ended, Father?
I remember you couldn't win without relying on other people's souls. Alone, I may be weak, but so are you.
So be it. Do not regret your decision. Release her.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I thought I was done for.
Don't.
I knew it.
Had you let her die, you could have dealt me a telling blow. Your compassion will be the end of you.
I'm not letting anyone else die. And you will never surpass Papa.
But I have. With these very hands, I slew him.
His body may be gone, but his spirit lives on in us.
The Yokui's delusion is catching, I see.
Oh! Kill him!
It's no delusion. Papa's love for Tulihiola gives me strength even now. Come, let's get this over with. For my people and Sven's.
How gullible you are. All of this is Sven's doing.
Oh?
Her objective is to harvest all life outside the barrier. Our interests happen to align, hence our alliance.
Liar! Sven would never do that!
Okay, no, she would, but...
The King of Resolve speaks the truth.
How did she...
I told you she's sinister.
The attack on Taral was no less my desire than Zaralja's.
Bah.
You said you wanted none of this. It was a farce from the very start.
Yes, I used you.
So it was all just a lie then? What you said about loving your people as family? About wanting to see them smile?
I do this for them. For what it's worth, I'm sorry I deceived you. But I had no choice. If I'm to save my people, I must take the lives of yours.
Then die then, what the fuck?
Behold, Wuklamat, the benevolent Queen Sven.
Oh, shit.
An illusion that orchestrated a massacre.
Otis, or machine, or whatever you are now, you bear the memories of the person you once were. You should still have a heart. When you speak of
So she takes over because she's in the cloud.
do you feel nothing?
Nothing is dearer to me than my people. It matters not whether they are living or endless. As queen, I will do anything to protect them. If it were you, could you have found another way? With your strength, could you have held fast to that which is dear without sacrifice?
Bon, elle literally did.
What exactly do you seek to do? What are you protecting your people from?
Elle literally did. And Walker.
You waste your words. There is no turning back.
Oh shit.
Is this the strength that the love of Tuliyola lends you? A weak ruler walks a path of ruin. Tell me, which of us is worthy of their throne?
I already know. It will never be you! As long as you think only of yourself, you'll never be worthy. You'll never surpass Father or me! You can't rely on souls anymore. It's over.
Don't think you've won yet. Oh no, far from it.
Give the order to the fleet. Raise Tuliyola to the ground and harvest every last soul!
It is over. For Tuliyola, your works, your people, all will be ash before the day is done.
Don't tell me you've forgotten. I'm not the only Dawn's servant.
Oh shit, Koana, stand up! What will we use? Do we have Omega Neutron 3000?
They're coming!
Well, come on then, you 10 bastards.
Let's go, team!
If I didn't know better, I'd say you're enjoying yourself.
I'm Head Sorrow. Nothing gets a hunter's blood pumping like a little danger.
Well now, it seems we have that in common. I haven't felt this alive in a good while.
Hell yeah. Let's go!
That's the spirit. We promised Falcona we deliver him a mountain of scrap. And I'm not about to let these hollow men make a liar out of me.
Woohoo! No, it's Hee-Haw. Shit, fuck.
Hey kid, the ones below are yours.
You got it.
That's sick. Let's go, Signan.
Wait, what do you mean below?
Hell yeah. My goat.
Don't see that every day.
My goat is Signan.
And this despite our best efforts to thin the enemy ranks. While it's not quite what we had planned, I'm glad we chose to remain in Tural.
As am I. 'Twas an unexpected but welcome opportunity to join in the defense of this realm.
The Blowjob Brothers.
And to his credit, Kona did ask very nicely. Still, it's a pity his brother had to delay our pleasure jaunt. But business always comes first.
They've become the gay uncles. Told you Koana was the goat. Koana was cooking.
Damn it! Come no closer, you bastards!
Pas cool! Pas cool!
That was a near thing. Are you all right?
Hello Edin, this is Peak.
You
Save your life. Yes, I know.
don't squander it.
Bakul Jaja, my goat. My absolute goat.
You of all people will come to my rescue. Bakul Jaja. Thank you. Still rings odd in my ears. The thank yous. But I could get used to it.
I like this guy a lot.
Right. We're not done yet.
Ooh, Ketena, I'm going crazy.
atrocity and its escort. If they start bombarding us with cannon fire, we'll have no means of fighting back.
Worry not. We have a countermeasure.
What? Vitra?
Bleeding dragon.
Holy shit!
What in the Navigator's name is it doing here?
We have connections.
Yolal has entered into an alliance with Radzat Khan. A wise and timely decision on Valkona's part.
Holy shit, he's calling his brood! He said Midgar Summer. Oh no, that's Asdaya.
Yolal shall never forget this debt. We will hold out, Lamachi.
This is
sick. Keep your eyes forward and do what only you can do. Finish this and return home safe and sound.
Report from the fleet. The enemy has offered unexpected resistance. We've been forced to withdraw.
Yes! Holy shit, that was so sick. That was so cool.
Useless. All of you.
Stop!
Your Majesty.
Enough of this! Enough! You swore you wouldn't harm my people!
Out of my way.
Have you gone mad?
When the army fails in its duty, it is the charge of the King of Resolve to clean up its mess. To achieve victory by any means necessary. Suralja to Everkeep. Initiate court blood.
Uh-oh.
Execute all civilians and commandeer their souls.
No! Damn you! Stop!
Please, Father, stop!
Oh shit!
Kulucha!
I told you not to come!
Kaluja.
You must flee, Kaluja! It isn't safe!
I'm not going anywhere! I have to stop my father!
I am not your father.
Let him go!
Using a child as a shield. Have you no shame?
Release him at once, or you shall answer to me!
Beat his ass, Otis.
Pitiful relic. Kneel before your king.
Oh, fuck.
Otis? What's wrong?
Find me at the top of Everkeep. There, we will determine who is fit to rule.
I must protect them.
A lot happened, huh? We'll sway back to Everkeep. Zoraja thinks nothing of our lives. He will kill his own people. Chances will have to face a good part of his army, with Otis among them. Let's take all care. Okay. Fuck me. Why is my shit 620? Am I crazy? Okay, fuck. Wait. I need my glamour plate first, you know? I gotta do this in style. Not Santa, Okay. This shit is going crazy, you know? They waited all this time to go all in. Time to kill Zeiji. We're getting rid of a big jar. I guess I'm ready.
I have no more use for you. Be gone.
Father, wait! Father! Otis, Hamachi, you have to stop him. You have to.
Well, at least he didn't kill his child. Maybe he has a sliver of heart, you know? Sphene, you did this! That guy who had no souls left is so cooked.
What have you done?
Good job, Sphene.
Sphene, can't you order them to stand down?
The King of Resolve holds military authority. I cannot overrule his commands.
If there's something you can do, then do it! Your crimes are beyond forgiveness, but your people are innocent.
If you care for your people, then protect them.
I deceived you all, and still... The talk can wait. When you said that you wanted to protect your people, I trust you weren't lying.
Of course not. There's nothing.
It's been sick the past 30 minutes, Couch.
Then let's split up and get to work.
We even had callbacks to Endwalker. And now shit is fucked. Everyone is fucking dead.
Right. Let's deal with these ones first.
Oh shit, wrong button. Shit is going crazy!
There are still those we can save. We keep moving.
Holy dead.
Fiends too! Damn you, Zarazu!
It's up to us to stop them.
Oh shit, okay. Okay. I have no suits left. If I get killed again,
You're safe now.
Are you hurt?
Be at ease.
It's nothing serious. I fell down. That's all. I'll be fine. Oh, thank you for coming to save us. It's just our relief to see Her Majesty unharmed. We've cleared the way. When you're dead, we'll try to get safety before more of them come. Okay. Kyle! And Graha! There's basically story sequences, you know? Like story duties. Think of it like set pieces.
Looks like that does it for this area.
Look, the King's forces are on the move. There are still civilians on Trueview. Well, we can't leave the wounded. Let's divide into two groups. Kryl, Raha, please stay here and render aid. The rest of us will go and deal with the machines.
All right.
All the old dungeons of FF14 1.0 has been turned into like instance dungeons. Well, nearly all of them. And they've been reworked again to become linear. Oh shit.
Otis, you've got to wake up.
Otis.
Oh no. If anything happens to Otis, I'm ending the stream. Ah, shit, no.
Snap out of it, Otis. Don't you recognize us?
First formation! Show them a nice power! Second formation! Seize the glory of victory!
No.
Something about him is familiar, but it couldn't be.
Okay. I haven't played Monk in a long time, so I'm like...
Third formation! Onward! For Alexandria!
It is him, the captain of the knights.
Don't like the looks of this. Everyone, keep your guard up.
Holy shit.
Damn it! How do we bring him to his senses?
If he still remembers me, then perhaps.
Do something, ma. Let's save him. Thunder Slash, like Final Fantasy IX.
Right, he's deactivated. It should be safe to approach.
Otis! No!
remember you, Otis, so please remember yourself. You're a proud knight of Alexandria, a man who lives to serve the kingdom and its subjects.
Hell yeah. Otis!
Otis!
Pray, stand back, Your Majesty.
My goat!
I am Sir Otis Bologna, Lord Captain of the Royal Knights of Alexandria. Upon mine honor, you shall harm neither my fair queen nor our citizens!
He hit the Clive pose, bro. He hit the Clive Rossfield. Otis Offmender. Hell yeah.
Apologies for the trouble I've caused.
It's okay, bro.
So long as this body holds, I shall fight with him. This flesh wound.
Oh.
Building up energy. Have care.
Oh shit. Oops.
Let's split up and deal with them.
Let's go, Otis! Oh shit.
So many. This is going to be tough.
Bon, on en est oui. Ah shit.
At this rate,
My goat, my absolute goat, bro. No one does it quite like him. Oh, we have to do something about Otis, bro. We have to save him. Bro, DPS harder, bro. DPS harder, man. Oh!
My queen. Are you unharmed?
Tell me you're still alive, bro. I tried to DPS so hard. No.
Otis.
Fuck!
Thank you, Lord Captain, for the delicious repast, for everything.
I'm gonna install this game.
The old units do not have regulators. Their souls cannot be recovered. He is gone. The Otis who so valiantly fought for us.
I'm so sad.
I'm truly grateful for your help. Would that I had the time to thank you properly. But I'm afraid I cannot linger.
He was the goatest of goats.
There are urgent duties I must perform.
Hey, wait!
Is everyone all right?
Okay, who are you?
We're fine, but Otis is...
So he's the one who was looking after Galulja.
Kafkiwa, you are dead.
To you. Solution 9 has been spared the worst, but the situation on the other levels is grim. We're currently assessing the full extent of the casualties. In the meantime, could you help us treat the wounded?
Thank you, Otis. I pray your soul is at peace. To slaughter his adopted people too, is there no end to his villainy? I did not expect that such carnage wouldn't fall here. God damn it, what is Oralja trying to achieve by slaughtering his own people? That he's still bent on surpassing Papa is clear, but why this massacre? I don't understand. Right now we can only guess at his intent, but his obsession must be strong indeed to endure after 40 years. But now isn't the time to ponder such things. The people need our help. Level 99. I've been thinking by wearing regulators the people of Alexandria had been spared the fear of death. That's because the device not only resurrects you, it also erases our memories of the departed. The very notion of dying would have become vague if not forgotten. To be killed over and over, I can't imagine how traumatized the survivors must be. Even if they are not physically hurt, they would still need care. At a time like this, the citizen led their queen to console them, but where has she gone? I don't know, they are over district, so perhaps she's checking on them. In any case, it's too much for her to handle alone. Countless people will be distraught, and we ought to provide them with what comfort we can. So while Kafkiwa and her crew tend to those with physical injuries, let's seek out those whose wounds are emotional. Trouve you, the rest of us substitute our areas. Sounds like a plan. Alright everyone, we'll meet up in the back room after. The second half of Dawntrail is going insane. Streamer loves AI. It was not an AI, it was the soul of a human being inside. Well, I guess the memories of that person. It's over, I'm still alive? Yeah, we are near the end. It's like the last level, level 99. We just started level 99 quest, so I'm like in the last stretch. Just want peace again. Well, isn't that what Zoralja wants? Like this war, and then like people want peace again? Like he's basically playing it to his hand. Thank you, I'm alright, I think. Say you are fighting with Queen Sphene, aren't you? Are the rumors true then? That Her Majesty isn't a living person. That her actual body is elsewhere, in the cloud or some such. And she uses a special power to appear before us. I'd always wondered why Alexandria has never questioned her true nature, but now I think I understand why. She's personally fought to protect us. That's enough for me to know she's a worthy ruler. It doesn't matter what she is. And Sphene has a lot to answer for, but like... I don't know. It's complicated. His knocking of mind is a murder and someone needs to make him pay. It's the other side. But what about R&V and Kafkiwa? How's it going? It's going crazy. This past hour just crazy, you know? First of all, we're in like science fiction city, and now like it became a war zone. Yeah, it's pretty much peak, yeah. What the fuck? Oh. I'm dumb. I was looking at the minimap instead of using my eyes. Oh no, the back rooms. What about Guluja? He has uttered a word, a small wonder given his ordeal. I'm going to talk to him about everything. Bright as he is, there's no use hiding it. He'd eventually find out and it hurt him more. Very well, above all, he needs to know that he isn't alone. It is. Kittenville. Man, Otis
Are
is
you
dead.
alright, Goloja?
I feel so bad. They killed the best character in like 2
Lots
hours.
of people are dead because of my father, aren't they?
That's...
And Otis,
For making sense.
he's gone too, isn't he?
I'm sorry.
My father is a bad man. That's why you're going to kill him, aren't you?
Oh, sweetheart. Look.
Forget it. I don't care anymore.
Listen to me, Goloja. You're right. We're going to confront your father. He invaded Tuliyollal and hurt my people. As vow of resolve, it's my duty to bring him to justice.
Don't you think of him as family anymore?
After the attack, I was filled with rage. I told myself over and over that he's no brother of mine. But it isn't so simple. No matter what I feel or say, all those years I spent striving to live up to his example, they won't just disappear. What's more, it's because we're family that we have to correct each other when someone goes astray. That's why I must confront my brother, like your grandfather did, even though it cost him his life.
But Otis is gone now. If my father was gone too, then I'd have no one.
What are you saying, Golja? Take a look around.
You have us, Golja. All of us. We'll be with you, through thick and thin. You're not alone. You'll never be alone again.
They're hitting the FF9 line. We gotta kill Zoral Jabbar. Like twice over. Once isn't enough. We have to annihilate this guy. Have you started hating this game? This shit is actually getting crazy good right now. Should get some rest, Glulja. You've been through a lot. We'll make him endless and kill him again. Hell yeah. I do feel a bit sippy. There's a room in the back you can use. Could you take Glulja there? Okay, but what about the Erenville Silent Hill subplot? Bah. I guess, bon. I'll go back to Viper. But I used my fucking gear on Monk. I'm so dumb. Whatever. The things I would say to Zoraja as I'm over, but I'd better not get started. Instead, let me thank you. We couldn't have gotten through this without you and yours. Until the others return, you ought to take what rest you can as well. It's not over yet after all. You could head prepare for, otherwise you're free, the back room. For the image you say, is it still happening? Well, it's an old worn thing, there's bound to be a few hitches. It's nothing to worry about though. We'll have a meeting to discuss our next move in a little while, so until then... Kafkiwa is dead though. That's just a fucking AI shit. Poor Erenville. Erenville went through like so much in like the matter of like 3 levels of main story quest. Unto the summit. Had enough rest? Have you? Then let's round up everyone. During confrontation with him, Zoraja bade Wuk-Lamad come to the Tower Summit. Problem is, the elevators have been locked down due to a state of emergency. What happened to when you were making tacos, bro? That's long gone, bro. That's long gone. We are in the sinister period, man. We've been working to lift the access restriction, but frankly it's not looking promising. Death Star, yeah, pretty much. Have any other ways we can get to Zoraja? We believe so. Summer vacation expansion, yeah. As you know, Solution 9 occupies the keep's 9th level. The summit, meanwhile, is the 12th. The map appears to be cut off. While the King and Queen's residence is believed to be located there, the details are highly classified, hence the lack of map data. We do, however, have reliable intelligence concerning everything up to the 11th level. What is this place? That is Origenix, the facility where souls are separated and refined for use. Oh. The process begins at the base with extraction of souls from regulators and fiends. These souls are then transported up to the etheric separator where they are cleansed of memories. Harvesting souls. Finally, they are packed within soul cells for distribution. That's how we make tacos. Oh shit. 12 for Fen. They have recreated the process by which souls are broken down in the ethereal sea. An affront to nature, I know, but ethical discussions must wait. The selling point is that the facility extends vertically from 1st to the 11th level. Now if Zoraja intends to strengthen himself with the people's soul, as you strongly suspect, okay. So what? Then the facility will be operating to process and transport the souls directly to him on the 12th level. So in order to reach Zoraja, we make our way through Origenix. Precisely. As the facility sustains the Alexandrian way of life, security will be extremely tight. But if you are willing to brave her out, we'll back you up as best as we can. What say you? Save the Soul Society. Yeah, pretty much. This is basically the last stretch. Well, there is more, but this is the last stretch. Like, actually. I never had any doubts. I'm comic too, you need guidance on site, and his body makes me best suited. Hold it, before you set off, I have to ask. Your mother is dead, bro. All this time you've known that Sphene is an endless, haven't you? We all know you wanted to hate on Dawntrail. You are... Everyone knows... You guys are crazy. Hello, Hodgar. How's it going? When did you tell us? Honestly, it didn't seem relevant to the matters at hand. More complicated to explain than it was worth, and a distraction from our efforts to deal with Zoraja. Speaking of which, we should get moving. Those who are selling forth, we gather in front of the tower. We can count on you to provide support from here, yes? Of course. What did you do? You guys are setting me up like I always wanted to hit on Dawntrail. When? I need to talk to you about... Never mind, it can wait. Lest you wonder, I have no objections to remaining here. Someone needs to keep those on Tully alone informed. Best of luck to you. No, tell me. I would never set you up. Okay. Look how shit is destroyed. Well, everyone is here, what the hell? Might as well keep playing, I guess. The summit of Everkeep, finally we shall see what the clouds conceal. I'm comic too, of course, this is what I've worked so hard to be a part of. Zoraja is no king, not anymore. For the sake of Tuleolal of the world, we must put an end to this madness. I've spoken with Alfino, apparently the dragons came to Tuleol's head. All present accounted for, excellent. We make for the summit in one push. This will be a grueling climb, so see to it you spare no preparation. The resilient sun. The entrance to Regenix is located on the back of Everkeep. We can reach it by the water. Come, we head to the pier at the Drift Downs. See? Finally someone with some sense. Well, except the choice of words. What's happening in Chile, bro? Okay, let me go to the bathroom and I'll come back. And I'll do whatever is in front. Is it a dungeon, I think? It's going to be a dungeon and a trial, I think. DBI is irony poison. You say this while I'm fighting for my life on Twitter for like people to like start using their brain and not being fucking stupid as fuck and actually engage with art nicely, you know, instead of being schizophrenic people with like making dumb shit conspiracies from like what is it, Runa? Barry is back. Well, he never left, no? What did he do? He was? If he was, I forgot all about it. Ah, probably, yeah. I forgot about my rebirth streams. It was painful. Facility processing souls and distressing of a very concepted that confess some curious to see the technology employed. I will now explain how this mission will unfold. Originix text delivered at specific times, it is at one such time that we will enter a facility aboard the hover cargo. Kilusa here will pilot vehicles, so you need only sit tight until you arrive at the entrance. Naps are never naps with me, that's my problem. I don't understand naps. If I sleep, it's over. You cannot see me for the next 8 hours. Easy, yes. Easy to say, perhaps we'll manage one way or another. That we will. In anticipation of the unexpected, we should maintain contact with the support crew and adapt as necessary. Indeed, I shall use the communicator I borrowed from Shell to keep them informed at all times. I see everyone has a grasp of the details. Good, we set up very soon, so be ready. We need to kill this song, we truly do. This cannot be happening. Zoraja cannot be allowed to cause any more harm. I will do my part to stop him. I expect that Alexandria's military might lies with Originix. We must be prepared to meet with first assistance. Koana has done his part, now I must finish things here. With the danger passing to Leolol, we can fight without worry. Okay. Seems like a decent team. Alright, let's go. Dungeon time! Dungeon time! Oh shit. That's the real mixtape. Yo, this song goes hard. Let's go. Really, Couch? I didn't know he was funny like that. Is that the prelude motif? Holy! Okay. The explorers have escaped, moving to recapture.
Now I'll show you.
Okay. Damn. Viper is pretty cool. And blue. And blue for an amazing reason. Oh shit, I should have done the buffs first. Yes. What? We're really doing like an infiltration squad, bro. Open row of names are shown on the terminal display. It appears to be a list of those who were recently taken to the cloud. Might Namika be among them? Oh shit. Poor Namika. We gotta save her soul. Oh, boss fight! What is this? Oh, son. Okay. What the hell is this boss one? Oh shit. I got scared because of my AoE pedal, bro. Fuck. Hey Magus, how's it going? Nice, he showed up immediately as I died. It's not what you think, boy. It's not what you think. It was ping. Okay. This last stretch of the story is pretty good. Been enjoying it a lot. Yeah, I guess I would say I'm the same kinda. I didn't find anything like terribly offensive. I guess when you're in Shalwani with Renville, with the Far West stuff, at this point I was like, okay, you guys need to make something happen, and then something ended up happening, so it's fine. We went for worse actually, like. Okay. The first boss in Vanguard was better. No, actually, yeah, it was better. I went for Aram Reborn before they slimmed it down for pacing. So literally I'm like immune to everything. I did Aram Reborn when you had to like farm fates. Am I stupid? No. To level up to do the next quest. Yo, so pretty much like me, Senzo. Well, I was here in 2013, but I think so. You're older, it's okay. So now it has turned into me being Unk. The glowing things, their souls, all of them. Oh. It's at once beautiful and sad. There's no point in doing AoE in like Trust because they only like target one-on-one, I think. All restrictions in the processing manual must be strictly observed, as you have charged in your realm's most vital resource. Action resulting in damage or loss constitutes a serious crime. First stage, extraction, mixed ether, comprised of both memory and soul, is extracted from regulators and transferred into the stabilizing tank. As hastening extraction increases the risk of damage, the rate must not be adjusted except in the event of an emergency. Priority observation subject, identification number 161127, name Namika, physical cessation age 86. Citizen memory erasure completed, corporal disposal completed, ether extraction completed. Oh. Namika. That's fucked. This is where souls are stripped of memories. Second stage, separation. Mixed ether is put through the FFXIV separator and dividing into its soul and memory components. Soul ether is then conveyed to Upper Eugenics for final processing and memory ether to the mesoterminal. Route and location classified. Unless expressly specified, the memory or fins are discarded. Okay, that's a nice location.
Allow me.
Who wants to test my blade? Come here. Boucle la mat, boucle la mat, boucle la mat. Ok.
Hold on.
Shit, I forgot to consume my coils. Holy, who is this? Looks like they knew we were coming. Deceiver. Doesn't like it let us through. That's the boss from Void Ark. The same model. It got leaked! Okay, that's crazy. Oh no. But what? Heal me! Kinda, you know, Hugger. If a game is like fucking 150 gigabytes, I'm not even bothering to pirate one. Not like I would ever want to pirate Forza Horizon. You could get it on Game Pass, so like, I guess. Oui! Oh shit. Alright, Couch, have a good night. I don't think I'll get to the ending, but I'll be very close, I think. There is still a little bit of game left, I'm pretty sure. Where our data ends, you're on your own now. Yeah, there was like live action sequences. So there's a ton of movie files. Yeah, I remember. I never played Quantum Break though. I heard it was referenced again in Alan Wake 2 or something. Maybe. First stage purification, separated souls undergo thorough cleansing for the removal of residual memories. The purifying light is harmful to organic beings, so utmost care must be taken during the procedure. Status contamination may lead to memory and personality disorders within the user. As such, each and every soul must be cleared using a precision detector. Having completed the aforementioned processes, a soul may finally be made available to the people of Alexandria. Your efforts are essential for the functioning of our nation and will thank you for undertaking your duty with diligence. Okay. Everyone get in the car now! What is this in the car? No! Oh, mais purple! Purple! This appearance is reminiscent. Oh. I did hear a French version. Is it good or is it just funny? Is it funny and good or funny bad? A shitload of cursing. Eh ouais, eh oui. Subject Ambrose. Experiment sees a soulless body infused with multiple souls, including those of beasts, via appropriate prototype multi-regulator. Subject currently behaves in the parameters of a living person, but displays advanced symptoms of personality breakdown and destructive tendencies. This is all but certainly due to another dominance of feral souls. Yet while the subject possesses a phenomenal strength, it cannot be reliably controlled, rendering it unfit for purpose. Future experiments must focus on imposing loyalty and obedience. Oh shit, experiments. It's bizarre! No way. Bizarre, you say? What the fuck? A giant enemy tortoise? Giant enemy turtle? Giant enemy crab? What the fuck am I doing? I completely did not do the combo. Well, I messed up everything. Do I have a skill to stun them? Leg sweep, I forgot this button exists. Does it work? It actually does, fuck. Whoa. Isn't that the pose of absolute virtue? From FF11? On both the underparted. Huh? Okay. I should be fine. Okay. Oh yeah, okay, no. This is the way. He's doing a charge. Okay. Okay.
Allow me.
This way. If I get tipped on this, okay. Easy. It was a cool dungeon. I prefer Vanguard, but this was still a cool dungeon. Very cool. The Vanguard dungeon, I mean. Yo, I got the chair! Must have been a rare drop, no? And I got the card, holy. Wait. Don't tell me that was. To the summit to subject people to such heinous experiments. See, the facility is secure.
It's not opening.
Shale, can you see to the lock?
Just a moment.
Ever reliable.
Follow the passage inside and you'll come to an elevator. It'll take you to the 11th level.
Right. Let's keep moving.
The 11th level. Just below the summit.
Look. Soul cells. This is where they're kept.
What? Then these are all...
Indeed. Many died in the attack. Their souls would have been processed and transported here for storage. Or so I had expected.
A soul cell is supposed to light up green when loaded, isn't it? Yet the light is out on most of these.
Don't tell me he's already used them up. That's why he cut down one of his own. For the regulator. Who's there?
No, the squad.
Alphina.
So we can be 8 people for the trial.
Too.
Lest you wonder, all is well in Terral. The enemy has withdrawn, freeing us up to come and lend you a hand.
The backroom crew gave us a briefing. No rest for the righteous as usual, eh?
The idea of empowering oneself with souls is rather reminiscent of void-sent practices. I should be keen to learn more about the process, after more pressing matters have been resolved.
I believe I speak for everyone when I say I'm glad you're here. As you'll have heard, the Alexandrians have suffered heavy casualties. We must stop Zoralja before it gets any worse.
Why am I wet? Like my character.
I thank you for coming with me this far, my friends. And I ask you to lend me your strength one last time. Together, let us defeat Zoralja and safeguard the future of Tulihyolal.
And here is where I must excuse myself. Come back in one piece.
One Piece!
We will. Every one of us.
You found it exactly. Crazy how we're like 8. Interesting. I'm noticing. Perfect amount for a full party. Oh shit. The fuck? Bold! Hello, Naven.
What in the world is that?
Holy shit, the dolly zoom.
It couldn't be. A void gate. It's enormous.
Aye. It dwarfs even the one Zeromus opened.
That is no void gate. It doesn't lead to the 13th.
Then...
Yes. In all likelihood, it's a portal to yet another reflection.
By the 12. To think that realities being fused together was only the beginning.
Oh shit.
The speculation must wait. He's here.
Aura farming like that? You fuck.
There is a limit to how much ether a living being can harbor while retaining its physical form. Zeralda has far exceeded that limit. With the souls he has absorbed, he has attained power to rival even a king among Voidsent, but at a terrible cost.
12 have mercy.
What drives him to go so far, bro?
Brother!
Baba!
It ends here and now.
Liquid! Snake!
How it vexes when you call me brother. Brother, blood heir, resilient son. Who am I? What is my path? Why was I born?
I am Wuklamat, vow of resolve of Tulihyolal. And you are Zorolja, king of resolve of Alexandria. For the last time, we fight. For duty. For blood. For everything.
Yes, we fight. Hold nothing back. This multitude of souls I shall burn to the last mote. I will kill you and prove the miracle. I will prove that I am Father's true successor.
Oh shit! Everkeep. Yo! Dun, 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 dun. That's a whole ass arena, okay. Damn, we're 8! We'll put a stop to him once and for all. We helped Lamati to triumph our Zoralja in Right of Succession. Even if Koana hadn't asked, it is our duty to see this battle through. Zoralja will require time to fully harness the soul he has absorbed. Ideally, we can finish things beforehand. Everyone is counting on us, we cannot lose no matter what. First shall we honor Gulo Jaja. To strike down her brother for the sake of our people. Hers is a terrible burden, but she has herself to bear it. Hey Kinnor, how's it going? Learning from his words, Zoralja will spare no souls for resurrection. He will burn through every last one to achieve his ambition. Okay. Damn, we're 8, that's crazy, no? Wait, do I even... I'm not even... Please tell me I can enter. Okay. Ishtola healing GG. GG, she's broken.
Come at me with your all. I will make you kneel.
Why are you so mad? Okay.
Let the victor's reign be sanctioned by the blood of
Whoa, early pull, bro. Early pull.
I need more power.
Oh shit.
Hold still.
Okay. Bon.
Visions are these.
Oh, that's his followers.
Is this my weakness given shape?
Son. No! Ah, it's easy. I lived. Look. Bon.
No limits will bind me. Along with my pitiful past.
There is nothing.
Well, I guess I ruined my second chance. So I gotta ace the rest of the fight. Okay. What? Huh? He's overflowing too much. Oh shit.
I am the worthy king.
Not your son, bro.
This is my path.
Damn! We gotta kill this guy.
I trust only in myself.
Holy.
It's mine, the ultimate power.
Help.
This power is proof of my authority.
Okay, so outside.
Creation yields to my command.
I'm so dead. Huh? Bros, what is this? Can we get the fuck out of this place?
My will resonates within reality.
Okay. So this means it's safe here, right? Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Huh? I'm dumb.
All is mine to make, and I make.
Holy shit, this made my PC lag. Okay, I'm going on this side now. Okay, it's outside. Okay.
Mine is the path.
Son, what is this?
Fly, my blades.
What? You fucking...
No mercy.
Son, I'm dead. They baited me with a mechanic now, I don't understand the mechanic. The fucking AI baited me.
Try this!
This side, this side, this side. So it's here, yeah.
No mercy.
Okay. Son.
You underestimate me!
The extreme of this must be crazy. Holy. Ooh. Dude, I was sweating. The extreme of this must be crazy as hell. I will never understand this extreme because it reminds me of Zodiac Extreme. In Zodiac Extreme, I never understood it. I just followed people. The fucking meteors in Zodiac, you know, when it turns, the shit when like the arena turns. I'm like, okay, my brain is cooked. It's over. I was just following people. Has used upon his soul as he said he would. He truly held nothing back. That was a fun fight though. It's finally over. Brother, if only you had found another way. So it is done. His desire to surpass his father knew never limit nor reason. Why was he so mad? I'm emoting on you as well.
Father.
So, it is to be defeat.
Vad var din son?
Father, is that you?
Why do you weep?
Because it hurts. Because I don't understand why it had to be this way. Why don't I know you? Why didn't you want me?
How could I be a father when my own spurned me? He left me nothing. No throne. No legacy. Nothing. And so, I had nothing to leave you.
Why does that matter? Couldn't you have just been there?
You ask a lost man for the way. I do not presume to call you mine, nor do I desire anything of you. Would I leave behind that which I've gained by the sweat on my brow? It is yours to embrace or spurn. I walked a path of ruin. Unable to surpass further. Or Ramachi. So much for the resilient sun, the miracle.
At least he died with a cool design.
You think Papa left you nothing? You goddamn fool! You have the one thing he couldn't leave anyone else. You and Galulcha.
It's not over.
Queen Sphene?
She's going for the thingamajig.
Zorolja is gone. There's no need to fight anymore.
The thingamajig!
Sphene? Why are you here?
I wanted to express my gratitude to you all for vanquishing the King of Resolve and delivering my people. And to express my regret for what I've done to yours.
Your apologies won't bring back our dead or lessen your guilt. Still, to strike you down in revenge would trigger all-out war between our nations. More innocents would suffer. Even if we cannot be friends right now, we need to find a different path forward. A way that Tuliholal and Alexandria can coexist.
I fear that can never be.
Told you she's evil, bro.
What do you mean?
There is no other path for us. It's too late. I cooperated with Zoralja because I needed the life force yielded by the slain to sustain the Endless. Of course, the king betrayed me, and with his army defeated, that plan can no longer be realized. But I can't. I won't fail my people. Be they possessed of flesh or no, all of them are dear to me. If there is something I can do for them, as their queen,
Shit.
I must do it.
Hear me, Sphene. We appreciate your commitment to serving the Alexandrians and have endeavored to understand your beliefs. Be that as it may, you must know it's wrong to sacrifice our living to save your dead.
I see. It's because you do not know them that you believe they're dead. They're not. So long as they are remembered, they shall never die. You understand, don't you? No matter what anyone may say, I refuse to believe that Kafkiwas is a hollow existence. That she can simply be allowed
so we're
to
getting to
fade
that.
away.
Your Majesty.
I am the bearer of the memories of Queen Sphene of Alexandria, and my desire to protect my people transcends all others. For them, I will do anything. No price is too high.
That was the One Piece. What are we doing?
7 hells.
What is it?
There exists a legend in Alexandria. In ages past, faced with a calamity in their world, a clan of people used a singular power to flee to ours. The key which manifests this power answers to fervent desires, desperate, all-consuming supplications that have given rise to many a miracle.
The theater girl is drunk on power. We are so cooked.
That key holds the secret to interdimensional fusion, and unraveling its mysteries was the foremost mission of the scientists of preservation. Alas, they failed to fully grasp its workings, leaving us with only partial control over it. Nevertheless, if I'm to sustain the inhabitants of living memory, I have no choice but to call upon its power.
Living memory.
And do what with it?
Whoa.
For hundreds of years I tried, but it was all to no avail. My benevolence did naught to protect my realm.
So now we're starting to go evil.
But I can still take up arms and fight. If bloodshed will save my subjects, then I will become history's most brutal queen.
Chat, are we fucked? We are fucked, okay. I certainly hope so.
Wait.
Oh shit, she nuked the place, huh? Flashbanged. Oh. Leaving our asses behind.
Oh, Sphene.
I swear the Arenville subplot is just Silent Hill. He's going through the most traumatic events of like all life. We fucked his entire life. Oh shit. No sooner do we deal with one threat. This truly bodes ill. What you're doing is wrong, Sphene, no matter how you try to convince yourself otherwise. Father. That's such a threat existing in another reflection. When Ahmed Sek made you seek discovery, was he aware of it? Sphene has the potential to wreak unimaginable havoc with a key. We have no time to waste. That woman, Sphene was it? In all likelihood, her true form lies in the reflection yonder. But how to go after her now? Kafkiwa might know something, but her vessel ceased to function when the portal closed. Let us examine it. With luck, it will yield some much needed clues. no sense of life. Kafkiwa said that she operates her vessel from afar. Could something have befallen her? She was probably on the other side of that fucking portal, bro. The words Fiend spoke to your mother, did they mean anything to you? Those who came from a village, none of them remembered her. She's like a soul. It's the same as what we witnessed happen to those who knew Namika. Then Kafkiwa is. You noticed something, didn't you? Whatever it is, please tell me. While Sphene projected herself onto machines, Kafkiwa controlled hers remotely, but to me they appeared identical in their existence. Both were inorganic objects suffused with faint amounts of ether. When that ether faded, they became lifeless husks. And as you all saw, this happened to both the moment the portal closed. So Kafkiwa was operating her vessel from the reflection beyond. But if none of her friends and acquaintances here remember her, then... Kafkiwa is an endless too, I guess? I don't know, The endless, those who are recreated from memories of the departed. All this time my mother was dead. She fooled us all. I swear, Erenville, his life is so fucked. I feel so bad for him. Sphene, for one, does not seem to think of them in that way. No, she loves them all like she does her citizens, and she'll do anything to protect them. Such as plundering ether from the source, alas, Zoraja had his own agenda and spoiled the plan. But now that she possesses the key, she could target other reflections without our interference. Reflections whose people have no idea what she's willing to do. Then the people of the source are not the only ones in danger. We must stop her. We have to go where Sphene has gone. I want to talk to her again, and perhaps we'll find Kafkiwa as well. When we get close, we need to find an alternate means of passage. I will look into it. Thank you. Let us begin by investigating this place. There may be clues relating to what lies beyond. Let me help. I'll do whatever you need me to do. Anything at all. You are always welcome, Erenville. Of course, my friend. Your knowledge and expertise would be most welcome. I expect the investigation will take time. Perhaps you'd like to head back below with Gloljon to get some rest. That's not a bad idea. We need to share these developments with those in the back room as well. Come on, Gloljon. You two, Denham, you've more than done your part for now, so leave this to us. Okay. I will go on a vacation now. What's my summer vacation, bro? I'll be fine, you don't need to worry about me. I was in me a life of excesses bound for an early grave when Kafkiwa came along. Where was a complete stranger, she took me under her wing and set me straight. It was out of gratitude that I joined Oblivion. But I can't imagine any of her life now. I owe her everything I have, and it pays me like I couldn't say goodbye. Times like this, you've got to keep your hands moving. So much has happened to, and so quickly I'm still catching up mentally. But when it concerns Zoraja, I have no regrets. I made my choice and did what I had to do. I only wish I could have stopped Sphene too, stopped her from walking her misguided path. I could definitely use some rest. I guess, bro, I guess. They want me to choose one. Creamy alpaca pasta. Okay. Seems like a good stopping point, no? For the last test of stretches. The stretch to end all stretch. But it's been cool as hell. This part has been insane ever since. They decided to keep all their cards for that last third. But it does go hard. But yeah, I think tomorrow I'll be back for this and finish this. Well, at least the expansion main story 8.0. Wait, are we at 7 or 8? 7. But yeah, it's been pretty cool. Anyway, I'll see you 8.0 already. The Evercall is going to be so good. The trailer is so fucking sick. The music especially is like insane. I'm so excited. Anyway, I see you tomorrow. Thank you everyone. It's been a ton of fun. Tomorrow we finish this, okay? And then we'll go into Occult Crescent. No, just kidding. Alright, see you. Have a good one. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.